Hello, everybody. How are you? Welcome to Mewgenics. A wild name, in my opinion, but accurate considering what we're doing is like a cat genetics kind of. It's weird. It's weird. It's like trying to describe Binding of Isaac, which is the reason why this is on my radar in the first place. Edward McMillan, for those that don't know, is known for making really good, really weird games, and I fucking dig it. The music is a bit wacky. Welcome in. How you doing, Rye? How you doing, Piranha? How you doing, Loam? Welcome in to Hey Strala. Welcome in. This is game dev day, but your boy feeling a little. The brain feels a little too wrinkled. You know what I mean? And by the way, I don't think this is a costume that a lot of you have come across before. This is my In Sound Mind costume, which involved a white cat and a therapist. And this felt right. This felt about right for what we're getting into. So this is going to be a wild game with weird strategy. And I have almost no idea what we're going to get ourselves into. I'm going to be real. This is going to be a weird game. But again, same guy who made Binding of Isaac. Thank you. It's an oldie but a goodie. And I love that the clipboard has beware of cute aggression. So the cat is very it's just finds Mama Dodo that adorable. And I really like it. Very good game, by the way. If you haven't played In Sound Mind, I would recommend it. It's good. I liked it a lot. Anyway, I got my caffeinated drink. I have my water. I have my thing. Maybe we should move on beyond the music so we can see what the heck we're doing. Oh, red, yellow, or blue. I say blue. Oh. Okay, hold on. I need to work. I think I need to do the ESRBs. It's dawned on me that we definitely need to add. Where is it? Where are you? I know you're in here. I've done it before. There it is. Animal death. Something tells me there's gonna be animal death. Yeah, just a little bit of a potential there. Just a guess. Everything else I don't think applies. Maybe violence? Probably violence. We'll play it by ear. Again, this game came out today, so it's not like I was able to do too much research on it. Plus, between you and me, I didn't want to spoil too much with it. Alright. Science! Scared you, didn't I? Well, you did reset my heart. So, yes. I know how scary a buzzword like science can be these days. But trust me when I say science can actually be a good thing sometimes. That is so ominous. That's such an ominous thing to say. It's like, yeah, sometimes it can be good. Most of the time it's not. Take this table, for instance. It was birthed from this cat. And it's like, what? Science made this table, and the floor it sits on, and the wood that it's created. I genetically modified that tree to feel pain. There are even people out here who believe that a science made you and I. Ooh. Like this is some kind of simulation. But I digress. The point I was trying to make here is that cats are science too. All of them. All cats are science. Every last one. A science that I, Thomas A. Beanies, invented. Okay, that's a good name. I know, guys, this might be, I might have to switch this to rated M. This is a horror game. A scientist. No, please, not a scientist. But what do you have to do with all of this? Look in the mirror. You're also science. And we were just like the word science. Well, word on the street is you're a bit of a felinologist yourself. Pretty good. How you doing, Shadow? We're trying out this Mewgenics game. I know we just met, but I feel like we have a connection. It's like, oh no, this is not the game that I thought it was gonna be. But I bet if you and I put our brains together in this jar, we could actually change the world. With cats. Now take a gander at these fine specimens. This is my latest batch, straight out of their biovats. Why does this one have a human, like, teeth? This one looks like his brain never got into his head. And then this one, have y'all ever heard that zebras are, like, really aggressive? Like, you know how donkeys are actually kind of nice, and as long as they're treated appropriately and aren't abused, and then, like, zebras are actual, like, assholes? This one, I think, is actually evil. Yeah. Choose two. A boy and a girl. No reason. Just that. Trust me and you'll find out why later. Alright. Oh. This one just had that. This is just a human. This is just a guy pretending to be a cat. This is just a man. He's the first one. Alright. Do we want someone who's dumb, or do we want someone that's evil? Dumb or evil? Dumb or evil? Which one? Evil? Alright. Nothing like combining a man. What could possibly go wrong with choosing a cat with a man with like a human voice and something evil? What could possibly go wrong? What's wrong with Sweetie Belle? You didn't listen. You were gonna say that anyway. Wow. Okay, I didn't expect you to pass on the best of the bunch. Don't gaslight me. What are you, a gaslight scientist? Do you research gaslighting? Whatever. Their pieces will be put to pieces. You didn't tell me they were gonna die! Well, I mean, you know, animal death, I guess that makes sense. But I wasn't prepared emotionally for what that happened. Isn't nature just cruel? You did it! You did! With science! Nature didn't make that hole. But it doesn't have to be. In fact, I think with my brains and your brains and ability to choose less than ideal cats, we make a very good pair. We could really shake things up. Hell, with enough cats, I bet we could even reverse time. Maybe even make dying impossible. What? Like one of his eyes starts like drifting to the left. Like this person is just like, hey, are you good? Have you been experimenting? Like, I'm noticing a significant lack of proper PPE in this lab. Have you been sniffing the fumes for like a couple of years? Because hair normally doesn't stand like that, and people don't usually think genetics reverse time, unless you're an Assassin's Creed franchise. So I guess we'll just keep moving forward. All I need is a nuke, radioactive blood, and a bit of elbow grease. Well, good news, I guess. One would make the other, but at the same damn time, my guy. Why would you think that you would need that to reverse time? Don't worry, I'll be sure to harvest some from Sweetie Belle's elbows before she's incinerated. Okay, elbow grease is funny when it's like a physical thing. That's okay. That's he's funny. Listen, he's wild and probably insane, most likely insane. But he makes me chuckle, you know, just like Grandpappy. I can land one of my mini nukes, right? Yeah, I got those laying around. Now go, my child. Am I your child? Dad? Go into the world and hoard some cats. Oh, so this is cat person simulator. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. Listen to the music. Okay. Psst. Click here. Okay, fine. Who are you? Are you the tutorial police? He kicked you out, huh? Yeah, he does that. I'm his other son. Name's Butch, and even though I could give a frick if you live or die, I can't help but see a bit of myself in you. Specifically because you're my twin. Looks like he's about to be curious. He was being curious what the fume smelled like for way too long, apparently, if you get what I mean. You want to survive in Boone Country? You're gonna... I wish that was Bean Country. I'm gonna be real. You're gonna need to learn how to fight, so listen up. This is your team. These are your enemies. And this is your ex. And I'm like, what? Your goal is to kill them all. Battle start. Oh. Why did... It is now Vowie's turn. You can tell that because of the paw print above the Vowie's head. This is Vowie's basic attack. It's melee range, so you'll need to move next to the rat to hit it. This is your movement action. You can move once per turn. Click it, and then click the tile you want to move to. Okay. So let's go to, like, here. Now that you're next to the rat, you can attack it. This is your basic attack. You can use your basic attack once per turn. Click attack, and then click the rat to attack. Yeah. Science! Sweet. You really destroyed that bastard. Did you notice that you got a buff when you killed that thing? I see I got buff. It's because of that passive ability. Hover over it to learn what it does. Gain a random stat up whenever you down a unit. I wonder if it's permanent. You could also hover over your cat to learn what that buff does too. There are also spells that you only have one so far, and unfortunately, you lack the mana to cast it. This is how much mana the spell costs. This is how much mana you have. You can gain mana at the end of your turn equal to your intelligence. Okay, so intelligence is something that you gain at the end of your turn. Mama Dodo, you can kind of see through Mama Dodo, but I don't think enough. Hold on. Let's see here. Let's see if I can make Mama Dodo just a little bit, like, smaller. Kind of like here. I have to be this. Mama Dodo has to be this small in order for you to see it. So I guess you're just gonna have to take my word for it. So yeah, don't worry. It's just ending my turn, so it's fine. What does this even do? Okay, strength increase 1 strength attack melee ability damage. Oh, okay. All right. In turn. Oh gosh, the man. It is now Ozzy Man. Okay, there's man in the name. Okay, so he is a man, literally. The man's name is Ozzy. He's like, sup, my name's Ozzy. Ozymandias is a ranged basic attack. While selecting where to move to, you can see a preview of your basic attack range in red. Move to range of attack, or as close as you can get. So it looks like 3 ahead is what we can do it. Oh, okay. You do not move very far, but then again, I don't... Sure. Unfortunately, you are still not in range to be able to attack Tom Tom. However, you do have enough mana to cast 1 of your spells. Could Mama Dodo shrink the size of an amoeba and assassinate someone by eating their brain? I'm sure one of the I'm sure we could do that in one of our things. Why not? Science, anything can be possible, even reversing time. It is a bit of an unhinged stream today. So, no worries. No, honestly, I didn't even judge you. I just was, like, genuinely answering the question. Take a look at the roll here. Roll only costs 4 mana. You have 5 mana. 4 is less than 5, last time I checked. Click roll, and then roll the closer to that thing. Oh. Combat roll. You are now in range to attack the enemy, and you should already know how to attack that. Oh, what is this thing? Burn you inflict is increased by 1. Short lob shot. Shot over you. Okay. Okay. Man, he just spat in his face. I was like, cool, I'm going to spit in your face. Hey, that proves that spitting is assault. Good job. You landed a shot. That Tom is pretty thick, however, so he'll take a few more hits to kill. He's pretty intelligent, too. Oh, no, I'm going to get attacked. Ow. Okay, it's Vowie's turn again. You now have enough mana to cast your spell. Spit. Stop. Why is everyone spitting on everybody? Is that just like a cat thing that I don't know about? Hey. Man, I forget the white cat's name in Sound Minds. What's I think it's like Anna or something. Anna, why do cats spit like all the time? I know they lick, but like I don't think they spit this much. Click spit. Oh wow, that's a whole board. A spit attack with infinite range that deals 1 damage. Why would I? That's so not worth it, but fine. That was some good spitting. You actually still have enough mana to cast spit again. You can cast spells as many times per turn as you want, as long as you have the mana. So spit again, make it a real thick one. Okay, is this one gonna be like on a crit or something? No. Good job. At this point, I trust that you can finish the rest of the fight on your own. So I'm gonna go hide in those bushes and judge you from afar. Good luck. Ah, so he's a voyeur. Got it. Infinite range, though, is good, but for 1 damage, that's nothing. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and... boom. And then, in turn... meow. And then... we did it! We got money and food. Beginner's luck. Beginner's luck, you literally walked me through me. Walked me through it. Okay, now, listen. Each time you finish a combat, one of your cats is going to level up. Check out old Ozymandias. He's about to get a whole lot better. Just look at all these options. Originally, I was going to let you choose yourself, but I feel the need to point something out. You are horrible at making decisions. Look at you. You and your dumb face. He starts insulting you. It's like, man, oh, the doctor really messed you up, huh? There's a pretty awesome combo here. Check out Ozymandias' current... yeah, I saw the burn, so obviously we're going to have the... Mama Dodo, listen, I'm going to need you to, like, just a little bit... Right over here! Right over here! There's dump! We could take a dump, I guess! But here we... Alright, fine. Passive effect up here. Now read Sunbird does. Inflicts 1 burn and 1 blind at infinite range. Hey, Ludo, welcome in. This is a wild stream, so just bunker up. Bunker down. We're playing the new Edward McMullen game. Same guy who made Binding of Isaac, called Mewgenics. And the reason I say it that way is because if I say, hey, we're playing Mewgenics without any further explanation, that's going to give a certain kind of, like, it doesn't sound great. Okay. Now we read what Sunbird does. Sunbird makes things burn. In Hot-Blooded, makes them burn more burny. Like Sanders. So take Sunburn already. Or not. It's your funeral. Gain that. Inflict burn, which is good. Heal adjacent unit by 2. Or this one says... Mama Dodo's kind of in the way, sorry. Spawn a poop with an adjacent tile. I don't know why. It's just like, you make yourself more tanky. You heal a little bit. You just poop on the ground. You just poop. So Sunburn with infinite range. Let's do that. It makes it so they start their turn and then decrease burn by 1, so it's kind of like the way poison works. And then 30% miss chance for the next turn. Okay, cool. Oh, by the way, that cat has a human teeth and mouth. It sounds like a man. I think it's just a man in a cat suit. This is what looks like a person on a Persian cat's body. Right? Someone's learning. Okay, but remember, every cat is different, so always check out what their cat's passive ability does. A cat's passive can make or break or run, and combos win games. Always be on the lookout for abilities that combo. Hell yeah. Not always. This is a new model. Not new model. This is an old model from when we played in Sound Mind, which had a white cat. I forget the name of the cat. And it was like a psychological horror kind of thing. This is like my third ever model. Like, it's old. So I pulled it out for Mewgenics because I didn't make a new one for this because I didn't feel like making one. If we end up playing this again on stream, I'll consider doing it. A cat? Listen, I love cats. My body does not. So, yo boy took some Claritin before this stream. Butch blocks your path. Wait, Butch? Our Butch? The guy who's been giving us a tutorial? Should you use brawn or brains to get past him? This is what I heard, by the way. I heard that every option, there are 4 possibilities. So I watched Hut's video with Edward McMillan about this game, so I know a little bit. Well, here's the thing. My whacking is 3, but my smart is 8. We need to outsmart him. So there's 4 possibilities. It's either a success, a failure, a crit success, or a crit failure. And your stats influence what's more likely to happen. Oh, that's really cute, Ludo. That's good. Like, I love cats. I love pretty much all animals. Mostly. All right, outsmart Butch. Yeah! Osmanius points cleverly behind Butch, distracting him. Well, hello, Mr. Fancy Pants. You're lucky your intelligence is so high, or you'd be chewing rocks. Osmanius got a small catnip baggie? Oh, he got drugs. Gotcha. So what does that do? Gain 7 mana, 1 use left. Sure, why not? Is there something in the log? What was I expecting? What was I possibly expecting? Use a melee attack with +1 reach. I think this guy has more. This one is better with more stuff. So let's do that. Boss? The Standard Girls versus Pebbles. All right, Pebbles. It's time for a boss fight. I trained Pebbles here myself. He's about to rock your world. Is this a Pokemon battle? What is this? This is giving me my first trading card game, but the person kicks my ass experience. Show me what you got. Also, it's like, I raised this one myself. Either you die or I kill you. Also, one last tip before I leave it up to you. Attack from behind to do more damage. Oh, okay, so there's backstabbing. That's pretty cool. Okay. What's his movement? Its melee attack knocks units back, can throw rocks. So he has 4. So he can kind of go like 1, 2, 3, 4. So he can go about doing here. So honestly, I'm going to move here. Because I can't reach that there. I'm going to stay behind here because he can throw rocks. I don't know if throwing rocks goes above cover or not. Ooh, tiramisu. Hell yeah. Sorry, I'm also listening to the song. Okay, so we're going to stay here in turn. Oh, okay, so he was able to attack to diag. Okay. Good to know. So so we're gonna move forward. Kind of like this, perfect. And then boop. Okay, the shield is now down. In turn. Okay, so it does go above. Hey, so you might have noticed this already, but take a look up here. This is the order that your enemies will take their turns. The order is usually the same every round, so pay attention to it or don't. Oh, okay. It goes to the end every time. Okay. In that case, we're just gonna smack him. And then Stick. Hit him with the stick. And then we're gonna just to add insult to injury. Oh, okay. So that's what you want to kind of destroy the rocks, or at the very least get the rocks out of the way. So we're gonna go ahead and go like over here. We're gonna do this. Ooh, that's a crit, I think. Sunburn. Oh. Now you're blind. Does it stack? Let's see if it stacks. It does stack. Was just here to play quick low. Have a nice stream, y'all. All right, you have a wonderful day. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a wonderful week, and I will see you Saturday. Let's see here. That gives 7 minutes. So we could do it again if we really wanted. So 30% chance. So maybe it's a 30% chance, and now it's a 60%, or maybe it's multiplicative, and it's 30 of 30, which would be 40. God. All right, intern. All right. So what we want is kind of go. Okay, so this is behind. So this is what I'm thinking. So our guy's strength is 6. So he's been doing 7 damage is what I've been seeing. Attack with a +1 reach. Let's go ahead and swipe that. And then move. Smack his butt. Then spit on him. Oh, it puts out the fire. Spit on him again. Unfortunate. Boulder drop. What? What was I supposed to do with that? What do you mean? He threw the boulder. A boulder. Don't worry though, he's just not dead, he's only down. When a cat gets down in a fight, they get injured and one of their stats gets reduced permanently. You don't let the body get hit too many times or they will actually die. As long as your other cats can finish the fight, your down cats will still survive, so finish the fight. That sucked. I understand they need to do what they need to do, but bug, no. Alright, so F that. Oh. I got an increase in intelligence when I killed him. Alright, we got 5 gold and 20 health. Alright, Mr. Evil. Let's see here. Gain a random stat, so heal an adjacent unit. Inflict burn. Gain armor. Spawn a poop. Can I, like, look into it? Hey, Blue, how are you doing? Welcome in. Dinosaur, baby. Or at the very least, you get the undead Toto. How are you doing on this fine day? We're trying out Mewgenics, Edward McMullen game that came out today. And as somebody who loved Binding of Isaac, yeah. Very good. Honestly, none of these really. We could do. Ooh, block. Blocks incoming damage. Gain 2 armor. I think Sunburn. Honestly, because the spit doesn't do a whole lot, but now we have infinite range and something that burns. Good. I'm glad. You're doing right. Congrats, you did good out there. Snake! Cat! This marks the end of your first little adventure. It's time to go home. What? You'll bring back any food, coins, items, treasures, and injuries, and you gain during your journey. These supplies will hopefully prove useful for you at some point. Oh, and if you ever want to save an extra run, you can just click this thing over here. I don't know what it is. It's made out of wood. Bye. Alright, bye, person that I just met. Let's head to the house on the hill. Oh. Well, hello, neighbor. Yes, it's me, Mr. Tinkles. You got no doubt hearing about me around town. And yes, all the rumors are true. I am as handsome as they say. I spread them myself. Just like my... What am I saying? Who said that? Is he a Twitch streamer? God, I'm so bad. Anyway, you can call me Tate. Look at these kitties. They just returned home from adventure and they look busted. Cats that have already been on the adventure are retired. That means they won't be going on any more adventures. So why don't you take these guys inside so they can relax comfortably? Hey, why is our neighbor telling us what to do in our own home? Oh. Oh, okay. Well, here you go. Okay, so we have 4 and then 1 bomb. Okay. Well, they seem pretty comfortable, I guess. So you can now end the day and watch what happens till the lights go off. When you end the day, every cat will eat 1 food. Make sure you always have more than enough. All right. Oh, so that's where you can kind of see. Okay. Oh, by the way, this is a nice little effect. The music is going on. Going in a menu turns it down a little bit so it sounds like it's muffled. And a subtle but excellent effect on a game. Oh my god. Well, we got a kitten. All right. I don't have a thing for that. Look at my ECRB's being like, huh? I don't have that. Well, that happened. Oh my! What an eventful night! Don't tell me my wife's about what we just saw. Oh, we have a new kitten. We need to grow up before we can actually go on an adventure, though. Don't worry, there's still something in the water here that makes them grow like in one day. It's kind of concerning. Anyway, also look, a stray cat has come to your house looking for love. You should totes take them inside, right? Sure. Once you have made enough kittens and you're collected enough strays, you can take them out on an adventure and find more supplies. You'll want 4 fresh kitties to send out on an adventure, but you don't have enough yet. Well, nature be nature. So just like keep ending the day and collecting strays until you do. Also, you can right-click the kitten to see if he inherited anything from his parents. Check the stats. They inherited the spit. So the worst. The worst of the abilities. Yeah, yes. Yes, of course. Okay, so who was the mom and who was the dad in this case? So this was the dad, this was the mom. So they got mom there. Most of the stats looks like he got the dad's strength and then the mom's intelligence. So he got both stats. So he has 6 strength and 7 intelligence. So but he's not very fast. Charisma's a little bit low. All right, okay. What about you? You, short lob shot, and then your closest ally moves towards you. Oh, so you can move your allies to get them, like, out of the way. Okay. All right. Well, the good thing is we have a mix here as well. So we're going to end the day. Here. Well, here's another kitten. All right. Oh, there's poop. Okay, so now we clean a bit. All right. Okay. Oh, right. So the crown means they're retired. Okay. So now, oh, this one did really well. Yeah, the music also caught me off guard. Okay, so short shot, shoot a unit with a line of sight. Oh, okay, so this one's just fully ranged, and then slip through. Roll up to 2 tiles in a diagonal line. Oh. Okay. And then what can you do? Russian short hair roulette? What? What? There is 1 in 6 chance this will kill you. If it doesn't, gain +1 to a random stat and a 1 to 2 coins. Does the chance increase? Because that's kind of the whole thing with Russian roulette. Okay, so I think at the end of this day we'll have enough. The night was calm. Nothing of significance occurred. Oh, yay. With that new stray here, you should have enough cats to go on another adventure. Now go put them in the adventure box and get them ready for a journey. Okay, well, I guess we'll just put all of them in there. Nope, not you. Do you have your dad's voice? No, you have your mom's voice. Okay, what about you? What are you? Melee attack, Burgeoning Blast? A spell that does 0 damage. Increase the spell damage by 2 at the end of each turn. Castable per battle. So, the longer it goes, the more damage it does. That sounds really good. But we'll save them for next time. Alright, let's go on an adventure, I guess. Oh. Class callers? Oh. Okay, so we could... So they're not... We kind of look at their stats and be like, okay, this one's definitely a tank. You right? Okay, HP... So this guy is 28 HP, which is... So he has the highest HP here. So, getaway takes great absorbing damage and pushing enemies around. If that's the case, the +4 health, -1 intelligence, -1 range. Well, this guy is ranged, so maybe not him. That guy moves ally around. This one is also ranged. Melee attack, becomes a random collar starter ability when you lock in your team's collars. Oh, becomes a random collar's passive when you lock in your team's collars. Interesting. All right, in that case, we'll stick with this one and hope for the best. Oh, they changed color too. That's actually good. That's good to know. I think it's just like, hey, I'm not a fan of this. All right, so then we have our fighter, punch away to victory. Fighters are great by doing big, strong melee attacks and smashing things to pieces. In that case, I think it's gonna be this one. This one is like, well, what's our highest intelligence right now? Oh, so you're the highest intelligence. So the highest intelligence, blaster foes, mages are, okay. Strong melee. I mean, at the same time, a lot of these are just ranged units, right? So that makes me wonder. This one has just as much, so we're gonna have this one be the fighter. Oh, okay, so we had short lob shot, but it automatically becomes melee. Okay, that's fine. And then I'm thinking this one. No, where's Mr. Intelligence? Was it you that was super intelligent? Which one of y'all was super intelligent? You were the intelligent one. You're gonna be the mage. You're gonna be the fighter, which makes you be the ranger. All right, I think we're good. I think we did it. This is a wild game. All right, cool. Lock in. Oh, okay, cool. If that's the case, then we should have this one have a little bit of some range. Refresh your basic attack, movement, and movement action. Fall asleep at the end of your turn. Ooh, okay. So I guess we should give our mage the catnip, because the meows are getting me, man. They get me. Focused heroes. I'll just hang back here. The alley. Oh, okay. Let's try our first. All right. Uh-oh. They're rats. Oh, we just got here. What do you mean? You know what? Oh, merciless. When you deal 10 or more damage to a single hit, gain 2 armor. Refresh your movement action. Well, if that's the case, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get behind the rat, and then I'm gonna get a bonus attack in the back, so I get that extra armor. And then, I'm gonna go over here. And then I'm gonna, ooh, that's the closest ally moves towards you. I'm going to say, I'm just gonna smack you. Oh, I thought that would be enough. And then I'm gonna, perfect. Yes. 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 And then we'll end our turn. Oh, what's this? Heal the full HP at the start of each battle. Okay, cool. So I could just do that. Roll up to 2 tiles in a diagonal line. Honestly, we're gonna roll up here. And then we're gonna move here. And we're just gonna punch this. Oh my god, they exploded. Okay. No! No, my boy! Alright, so this one, oh, okay. Oh, what is this? Catnip, gain 2 mana when eaten. Oh. Okay, at the very least, it looks like I will have to make Mamadodo just a little bit smaller, so you can see the rest of the board, just even a little bit. Don't worry, I won't talk like that the whole time. Because it looks like there's money on the ground. Collect to get the money. Ooh, okay, so I think we need to go up here anyway. So we're gonna move here. We got some money. Shoot a flea at shoot a flea at the unit. Okay, so first we're gonna go ahead. Oh, hold on. That's also. Oh, maybe we could destroy some of these bags and things too. So first we're just gonna go ahead and. Oh my god. Well, they exploded. I don't want them to die, so I don't think I'm gonna do the roulette thing as of yet. We're gonna flea shot this. Okay, cool. I made a little flea. I don't know what that means, but now there's a little flea. +5 starting mana, +5 mana regeneration. Lose all unspent mana at the end of each turn. So I want to use as much mana as possible. Oh, that's funny. That means I could spit super far. Oh, wait, hold on. That's actually really funny. So these do 1 damage, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna magic spit. Magic spit. And then oh, really? So we can't. I can't do. I'll go behind the tank. And then end my turn here. Oh, right. I forgot that there's bounce. So, like, I don't want to be fully... Okay. So, again, we're going to move behind here. We're going to do 10 damage, get some armor. Oh, right. I forgot that we just win. This is a wild game, dude. This is fun. Hopefully all are also having a good time. Teleport to a random tile. That sounds funny. Spend all of your mana and heal that much HP. Oh, absorb sounds really good. Because if I get hit a lot, I'm already getting a lot of mana. This passive makes it so that I get plus... So I'm starting off with, like, a significant amount of mana. So I think it's 14 mana that I get per turn. That's potentially 14 health I could get per turn and just run if things get really bad. Shoot lightning bolts in 8 directions with a 15% chance to stun. That's really good. But a part of me, so that does 3 damage, that does 1 damage, that does 5 damage. This does 7 damage, so that's really good. Brainstorm, reduce the cost of your other spells by 1 mana. All my spells are really expensive. If they were cheap, I would consider Brainstorm. I think Absorb is a good one in this case. What do we get? PCP? Excuse me? Hold on. In that case, this is gonna be a wild tag for this. Because I believe... Oh, I don't have one. We haven't made one for this yet. I was gonna put drugs. There's gonna be a drug warning. Oh my gosh. Gain 5 damage and madness 3. This can be used on adjacent units. Think everything is an enemy, uncontrollable. Increase damage or heal basic attack. That's funny. In that case, we're gonna give it to our fighter. This cat's just like, ooh, you don't say. A Chanina Chanina finds a curious-looking white rabbit. It stares at her with bright red eyes. The charm is but the follow is high, so we follow. Oh, follows the rabbit down the burrow where it suddenly bares her teeth with her teeth. Chanina suffered damage and took 8 damage. Great. So good. Don't worry, we have PCP. We'll be fine. All right. So we're going to go ahead, go behind here. A little bit of a back hit, and we get our movement again. That will get up to 5 there. I think, honestly, we just go over here and then end our turn. All the guys are going to be coming out over here. So, like, this is going to be the one. He full heals, so we don't need to worry about it. This is a pushback, right? Dash forward 1 space, then melee with the knockback. So I don't think. Okay, we'll do this. We'll roll up here. We'll punch him into the wall. Then we'll move. Can I like move? Okay, it's fine. It's fine if we don't get it. And then we in turn here. Ew. They're the tank. We're fine. Okay, so now we can absorb to heal if we want, but we're gonna actually kind of wait until there's like. Well, let's see. So we can't do anything here. Can we do anything? Movement is ass. 5. They all have 5. Heals 10 when eaten. Interesting. That's just a straight line. Okay. Can't do anything here, so we might as well heal up. Perfect. Boom. 14 healing right off the rip. Love to see it. So what we're gonna do is, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and throw that there. Can I, like... This would be funny if this works. Okay, the flea cannot pick up coins. We learned something today. Let's see how this goes. Boom. Can I not... Can I do, like... I guess I can't do anything. I can't... Oh, well. The stick is gone. Good to know. Then what we're going to do is that we're actually going to go up here. Move here. And then this has a knockback. In turn. And then... There's the flea! Oh, no! Oh, he only has like 6 health. We need to get some healing. I guess what I can do, I don't know what I can do here. Well, we're gonna lose it unless we use it. The fact that he doesn't move very far is being problematic. So we're just gonna spit at it. Magic spit. Magic spit. Magic spit. Magic. I'm just kidding. Let's see here. Move. I guess we'll go ahead and collect this coin. Nothing there. In turn. This guy, honestly, we're gonna move. We're gonna move here. Yeah, they need it. Refresh your basic attack movement action. Honestly, we're exerting. Oh, there it is. And then I'm just out. Easy! Easy! Let's go! Oh, it's our boy! Alright, 1-2 punch. A melee attack that hits twice. Each punch inflicts bruise 1. What does bruise 1 do? Hold on, it doesn't say. Increases all incoming physical damage. Ooh. Dash forward and attack with knockback. That's pretty good, but I would want that on my tank, not necessarily my damage dealer. Move in front of an enemy. Again, more of a tank than damage dealer. And then Sucker Punch. The next time an enemy moves through an adjacent tile, cancel its movement and attack it. Yes, it was making a star. I think it's because he's a mage or Satanist. When you deal 10 or more damage on a single hit. On a single hit? Or both. Yeah, they could be both. Moving in front of an enemy is not bad in the sense of if he had low speed, confront would be good. Sucker Punch. Next time an enemy moves through an adjacent tile, cancel its movement and attack it. I'm not seeing them. Again, a lot of these are really good in tank wise, but as far as like a bruiser damager, I'm not seeing. So I'm thinking instead 1-2 punch might work. Bull Rush might be the best one of the. Oh, well, this one inflicts. Each punch inflicts bruise 1. So the first bruise will inflict the second bruise, which means all next attacks would probably then auto cause the armor increase. So we'll do that. Oh, we got a box. It's a conductor. All right, conductor. Your electric element damage is increased by 1 and has a 10% chance to stun. Okay, cool. I have no electricity. So we're just... Earthquake. Deal damage on a cone with a 10% chance to petrify. When did I get that? Oh, right. I keep on using my slip through. I need to stop doing that. My speed ain't that bad. I guess we'll put it on conductor here for now. Maybe he'll get a lightning attack. All right. All right, Chanita. Retribution time. Finds a large wooden crate that appears to be in good condition. Okay, we can smash it, or we can examine it. We are going to smash it. Smash! Let's go! Chanita manages to crack open a crate and contains a spill out. Chanita got a snack. Cool. What does that mean? Heal. You know what? A fish instead of drugs. It's a hard choice. Guys, it's a hard choice to choose between the PCP and the fish, but here we are. I wonder if we should try the hard path. Focus heroes, Magnus. Battle start. All right, what do we got? Has a chaining dash attack and a spin attack. So we kind of don't want to get close to him, surprisingly enough. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna go over here and then end here. He's gonna go after this, and then he's gonna go after this. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go over here, and then we're gonna end. Okay, perfect. Honestly, I don't need to move at all. This is great. Thank you for coming into range. I appreciate it. We're just gonna do this. And then we're gonna do this. Ow, why? Over here would make it so that, what is this movement? 2? Yeah, it would be 1, 2, and then it would chain all of us. This already is a problem. I should have moved back at least a little bit. That's absorbing, that's spitting. I'm gonna go ahead and honestly go here. I shouldn't have done that. I think he's gonna charge and then smack this guy. But PCP, right? And then honestly, I can't really do any. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna spit at you, and then I'm gonna spit at you again. Alright. Alright, what's he gonna do? Oh, that flea took so much. Oh, R.I.P. that flea. Oh man, his intelligence is so low. He didn't get even up to 8. Okay, so 8 is asking for a lot, from my understanding. So we're gonna go up here. I kind of want to go around him, but he is gonna get smacked up a bit. He'll be fine. And then I guess I'll end my turn there. Deal damage in a cone with a 10% chance to petrify has a chance. Petrify, become a rock temporarily. That's pretty good. So let's go ahead. Oh, it will also hit our guys. So no, not that. We're gonna move here. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. There we go. Perfect! Petrify! It did work. Oh! That's where that's where we go. Okay. Okay, so we don't want to be within the same horizontals of each other. Got it. So we're gonna go down here. And then we're gonna spit at him. And then, oh, we don't have enough for a flea shot. Ah, that's okay. Okay, now we're going to move. Oh my gosh, my guy. This is like the worst mage I have ever seen. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. We're gonna go over here so we're not in the same row. And we are going to use that on that. Oh, great. Couldn't even beat. Here, let's do Fire Blast. The rocks. Okay, cool. Can I do this again on the rocks? Honestly, we're gonna keep the rock there. Instead, we're just gonna absorb, even though it's not gonna do anything. But at least we're using it. Okay, that's fine. So now, I'm gonna get behind it. Oh, hold on. So here's the problem. If we get behind it, well, wish me luck. He missed twice! Oh no! Well, what? Oh, he's in the tall grass. Oh no. Well, my friend's gonna get hurt. So, more we learn. How is... He missed 4 times in a row. It's a 50% chance to miss. Okay. Okay. Well. Okay. Oh, horseshoe crab? Hold on. Let me go ahead and open that for you. Let me do that. Stream notes and horseshoe crabs ×2. All right. We're good. Horseshoe crab done. Now, we're gonna go behind here. We're gonna boop. And then we're gonna boop. Ha-ha! All right, in turn. And this guy now, this guy is useless. He is like, I guess I'm just gonna spit at him from all the way over here multiple times. It's good because it's made from the same person. No, not the flea! Alright, and then we go over here. And then we smack him in the back for 10. And then we go into the high grass. Hee. In turn. And then I'm gonna move him here. And then I'm gonna boom. That's gonna hit our guy there. So I'm just gonna in-turn. No! Oh, he missed, right, because he's in the tall grass. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and finish it! Ballistic spitball. That's funny. Alright. Oh, we got the... Why is the Necronomicon here? Alright. Mimi leveled up! Alright, what we got? We got the save unused basic attacks for future turns. Oh. I did not know that. So that's good. If you're not in range, you don't lose it. Spawn brambles on any tile. So here's the thing. Her intelligence is 5. I like the flea unit, honestly. It really pulled aggro, surprisingly. It took like so many hits. Give yourself or an adjacent unit 1+1 poison lace. Gain +1 bonus attack at the start of your next turn. High C tier, low B tier. I'm ready to put you any lower. That scares me. I was gonna say, it's already been on the tier list. You already saw this on the tier list. This is an old one. This is gain 1 health. I'm gonna say spawn brambles. That seems interesting. None of these other ones really scream at me. To the hell pig pit with you. Unearth 5 zombies. These zombies have the 33% having madness. Oh, that's really funny, honestly. Heal. You already have a healing item. I think he should have a Necronomicon. Cat food. You will have cat food. And then you are gonna have the drugs. Yeah, that checks out. Let's go hard. I can't go hard. It won't let me. The game's just like, we're not gonna let you do that. So, fine, I guess. Spare some change to help my Nuna? Sure. Here's 5. Hands over 5 coins. Sorry, my Nuna doesn't like you yet. Oh, okay, well, glad I just gave you money, I guess. Hello. Alright, what are you? You are a kitten. You run away when damaged. Oh, I could spit at it. Was it censored because it was a link? Maybe? Oh, that would do it. Tom. It's slow, but has a wide melee attack. Alright, so what we want is... I'm not convinced that he can do... that he's going to be able to do 10 damage with his attack. Because in order to do 10 damage, I essentially have to backstab, right? So I can't get behind this one. I think these guys have like 1, right? They have 2. Perfect. Then I'm going to hide behind here into my turn. For this one... Why is his movement so much worse? I think... Unfortunately, he can't have anything else. So I'm just going to actually go over here. And in-turn over here. Alright. So now we're going to bramble. What does bramble do? Does it say? It doesn't even say. Honestly, instead... Oh, we'll just move. We'll move here. So we're going to flea shot or bramble. Let's bramble here. Cool. And then we're just gonna kill that kitten. Don't worry, everybody. And then I'll end. All right, so now... Well, here's the thing. I kind of don't want to spend... I kind of don't want to spend a whole thing on it. So let's see here. If we move, again, he can't hit anything from any direction ever. So I think I'm actually gonna put him here. And then I'm going to hawk a loogie at this cat. And then hawk a loogie at this cat. So they run away. And then I'm gonna summon some zombies. Usable once per battle, let's go. Only one of them is enraged. So we're fine. Kind of wild. Oh. Oh, oh. Oh. Oh, oh. Oh. They're kind of going nuts with it, though. Will the zombies eat other zombies? Okay, so... Okay. 2 damage when stepped on. Moving through this tile costs 2 movement. Oh. I kind of effed myself there. Whoopsies! I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to have these guys kind of... I'm going to have him go over here and take care of the kittens. He's like, what? Alright, well, in my turn there. Ooh, this is a good hit. This is a good hit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, little one. I'm so sorry. Look at that face. And then now, what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna go over here, and I'm gonna get that coin, and then I'm gonna push him into that rock. Or never mind, I won't, because I don't know. Oh, are you serious? Okay, so first thing first, I'm just gonna go ahead and well, honestly, he's gonna be finished off by the other dude. Let's do over here. We're gonna go ahead and do that to that guy. Ooh, that was a crit. Oh, well, our thing spawned in the bramble and died immediately. That's excellent. You're gonna have a chance before him. So in that case, I'm just gonna go ahead and finish you off. In turn. All right, he's gonna eat and then get some stuff back. The Necronomicon was actually really good. The problem is, this particular one is enraged, and he's gonna control and kill everybody. So we need to like get on that, because he's smacking for 5 and hitting everybody else. So we're actually gonna go ahead, by doing this. I'm actually gonna use it all on my own guy. And then do that. There we go. So he's taken care of. I'm gonna also just hide in the grass here. And then... end. He's gonna eat. Get stronger. I wish that that would count as picking stuff up. Oh, that's funny. He knocked the stone into him. Hey, what's up? I'm back. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and move here. I can't move here? Bruh. I can't backstab. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna move here then. We're gonna boop boop. Okay, so it didn't count as a single hit. Okay. So let's see what's inside his body. Oh, money. I'll take it. Let's go ahead and have this guy be behind. And then, boom, easy peasy. In turn. Okay, you can go ahead and... Because if we go here, we can get some money. But I don't see a way for us to hit... Oh, we could do... Yeah, we won't be able to hit him. Because it's the same kind of deal. So I guess we can get this one and then hit him. I guess. Well, the zombies might be able to do some damage. Maybe. Let's do this. Hee hee hee. And then we'll save that for next turn. And then we will go ahead. Okay, he's so bad. He's so bad. And again, I'm saying this in the sense that there's no such thing as a bad cat. Every cat is deserving of love. Insert the arbitrary, you know, statement. We could do this, but that would hurt our guys. I guess we'll just do this. Boom. 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 Can't do any more. End my turn. Oh, I wasn't able to do it. Ow. Alright, we took much more damage than we needed to. Oh, now I get a backstab. Now I get one. Okay. What do we got? We got clap. Knock 2 enemies in front of you together. That's funny. Bowl lover. Trample over 1 tile diagonally. Trample. You can move through other units, damaging and displacing them. Okay. That's kind of funny. Gore. Maybe I need to have a gore warning. So far, no. Dash 3 tiles, damage, inflict, bruise, and throw what you hit towards your original tile. That's pretty funny. Boot scoop. That's this one. Move 1 tile, leaving a maggot familiar behind you. Oh, gosh. Let's do a gore. Let's do gore. Oh my god. That's nasty. What? Janito wrinkles her nose. What is that familiar smell? Is it tuna? You open it with 6 luck, or we smash it. We smash it open. Janita cracks open the can of tuna. Absolutely delectable. What a treat. Heal 10 health. I don't remember if they needed healing, but we're here. All right, what do we got? We got Petrified Pinky. What is this game? If an attack would down you, instead of this breaks and you regain 50% of your max HP. Ooh. Honestly, let's put that on Chanina. She's on PCP. She'll be fine. Okay.
Hey, look at us on my something. Just make it snappy. I gotta get back to the P-Mart soon.
Okay, what do we got?
Rare candy. 1 cat will immediately level up.
Okay. Rare candy's pretty good. Citrus berry. What is this, a Pokemon shop? Heals 25% HP, automatically eaten if your each drops 50. Okay. Cardboard mask, fragile, flammable, brittle, when wet. Okay, so it's a very not... Okay, interesting. Rare candy. All right, we got... Oh, he's leveling up again. Let's go. Wide load. I need a shirt that says that. That's funny. +1. When an adjacent ally is targeted by an enemy, swap places with the ally. Oh, that's good. I can have the tank and the bruiser be side by side, and then they could switch. That's actually really good. You block attacks from the front. Oh, that's real good. At the start of each battle with +20 unfilled max health. I guess that's really good if I heal a lot. When you kill or unit or destroy a corpse, it becomes meat, aka you can heal it. Okay, so that's like as you kill, you heal. It's like a weird roundabout way of doing it. But then you would have to move on the thing. Wide load is really good. But here's the thing, do I want to separate the two? Because they do very good job like kind of pulling in different directions. I'm thinking, because hard head is really good, but I don't need to really reduce health. I heal at the end of every battle. So I'm gonna do wide load. Alright. Oh, we can go down here. We could keep go. Oh, we can't keep going. I literally can't. Okay, well, we're going here, I guess. Focus here's for Radical Rat. My bombs are undefeatable. Oh, he's so radical, guys. We might be in trouble. All right, tosses bombs that explode at the end of the round. What is this song? I'm so hungry now. I'm gonna chase 'em, grab 'em, fry 'em. So tasty, tasty legs. So tasty, tasty legs. So tasty, tasty legs. This is a wild song. I might buy the OST for this game. This is a wild soundtrack. This is really funny. Shake 'em, bake 'em. Are these? Is this eating a rat? Why is it a bop? It's such a bop. Chasing rats. All of my days I'm taking naps. Taking naps. And in my dreams I'm the king of cats. He's the king of cats. Alright, we enter in here. All of my nights I'm chasing rats. Chasing the rats. All of my days I'm taking naps. Taking naps. And in my dreams I'm the king of cats. King of cats. There'd be no one to hide. All I've got is rats to eat. I'm not the cat you wanna meet. Just don't spawn in the bomb. That's all I ask. Perfect. Bruh. Sorry, I'm still jamming. This is such a bop. Can I, like, do this? Oh my god, Spit is OP. Oh my god, Spit is OP. I so undervalued Spit. I disarmed the bombs. Off the rip. How is he so useless but such a banger in this one fight? That's absolutely crazy. Okay. Smell like salmon and onion rings. Onion rings. Sorry. this song's got me by the head, and it's just like, you're gonna listen to this because this is an amazing song. All right, Necronomicon. What could possibly go wrong? Only one of them. Okay. All right. The enraged one is dead. Good. Oh, there goes a body. Oh, there goes that body. Tasty, tasty legs. Tasty, tasty legs. All right, we're gonna bop it. Tastier than snails. Tune in to see the cats eating each other. Ah, they're zombie cats. They're fine. They're fine. And boop. You're now in this corner. Well, not really corner, super corner, but... Ooh, let's do this. Oh, okay. I did the flea. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me. Didn't realize. Oh! The flea took out the bomb! Chasing rats. Taking naps. King of cats. I mean, I'm fine. I'm fine with this. Yeah, can you take care of that? Thanks, Mr. Zombie. Appreciate you. Oh, there they go, eating bodies again. Oh my gosh, this is so... This rat is fucked. This rat is absolutely just gone. That one will hurt our guy. Oh, let's do this. Okay, so now he's on fire. Let's do it again. Again! Your man cat is still the creepiest one, right? Can I not? Is he too far? He might be too far. That's fine. I'm the king. Onion rings. Uh-oh. He's on fire! He's on fire! Oh, there's fire everywhere. Oh no. The fire's spreading. Okay. We need to start putting out the fire. Out of me. We can't do that, so I guess we just gotta intern here. Oh my god. Firebomb! How is he both the best and worst? He's made them all! Okay, we got some armor at the very least. Oh my god. I'm gonna have him move over here. Oh, right! Oh, thank God. Oh, gosh. Everything's a problem. Holy crap. The fire made it so much worse. The fire made it so much worse. Oh, no. The zombies took care of him, but holy crap. Just 3 rounds. All right. Oh, my God. I should have just stuck with spit and necromancy. That apparently is the only thing he's good for. Fireball. He's never doing fireball again. Never, ever. That was such a thing. Like, we had it in the bag, and then we fireballed, and it spread everywhere, and then it lit the bombs immediately, and my whole team took like 80 damage just from just doing like 5. Oh my gosh. Oh, did they really? Did they really? My cats. Fuck me. When an allied cat is downed, gain all stats up 2 and heal 8. That's pretty not bad. Overpowered. Excess damage you deal to units makes them explode, dealing excess damage to units around it except for you. That's not bad, because I do a lot of damage. When you take damage, gain... Ooh, Hulk up is not bad. When you take damage, gain some speed. If you end your turn without taking any actions, gain an extra turn at the end of the round. You don't regenerate mana at the end of your turn if you pass it. That patience might be good. There's been a handful of times where he just doesn't, I mean, his speed's pretty decent, but still, it feels like a lot of times he doesn't do it. So being able to have an extra turn at the end of the round, you don't manage any of your mana. Let's do overpowered instead. Okay. You're right. They did straight up eat 2 of my cats at the end there. Oh no! Hey guys, Necronomicon might not be it. Necronomicon is great as long as you don't.
And it has truly stolen my heart. Get it?
I think they died from the bombs. I'm gonna be real. I think they continued to take damage from the bombs and the fire, and they just straight up died. Yeah. So the fact that the person who made it the worst also died, it's kind of telling. It's unfortunate that our poor old ranger also got completely destroyed and saw the corpses and ate them. That's crazy, dude. You know, adventure in the sewers. All right. Okay. Sweet. We're gonna go ahead and end the day. Night was calm. Nothing significant occurred. Oh. It's raining again, Pa. Rain is a spooky one. I think the rain because we did bad things. The rain is God's crying. Did you hear, by the way, did you know that one of the sayings of it's raining when you know, with those rare situations when it's raining but there's like barely a cloud in the sky and it's like sunny? One of the sayings for that is the devil is beating his wife. That's a real setting. I didn't know until someone said, like one of my friends said that casually, and I'm like, excuse me? They're like, yeah, it's a saying, and I'm like, what? Obviously, I wasn't religious enough growing up. Oh, did we ever take a ad break? Something tells me we did. Let's do an ad break now. Oh my god. That was like 30 minutes ago. Stretch, drink some water, go to the bathroom, see y'all in like 3 minutes. Oh my gosh, I was absorbed. I was too absorbed exploding bombs with Fireball. Going down, down, down. To the bottom of the sea. Going to the dungeon with my friend Gary. Down, down, down to the bottom of the sea, where there is advanced darkness. Ooh. I got myself some peanut butter crackers and some caffeine. Thanks for the redeems, Brana. Oh. Does anyone else's lower back hurt when they stand up for too long? Or do I just stand up incorrectly? Hard to say. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But I'm tall, so I don't know. I think people would describe me as tall. I'm not like 6 foot, but like I'm taller than a significant portion of people. Yeah. Honestly, I think for me, lower back pain says to me that I just need to exercise more. Obviously, like, not if I'm having a, like, overexertion, but just, like, posture. If there's a little bit of pain, it means there's a weakness. So there needs to be, like, a core thing to get from it. I could be wrong, but that's my understanding of it. But man, this game is wild. But I love this weird shit. I love this weird little game. McMullen is kind of the kind of person where Like, it's hard to describe it, what he does and the things that he makes, to a person who doesn't understand. But it's charmingly twisted. You know what I mean? I love it. I love it deep in my soul. But it's not something that you show to your mom. You know what I mean? Alright, welcome in. Welcome back. The Rain Man sees what we've been doing and he tells on us. We are Frank, and we live under your house. You know what? Let's hear him out. Because he told us at least he lived under our house. Some people don't, like, some people live in your house and they never tell you. And that's really scary. At the very least, this guy's just like, yeah, I live under there. And that at that point, we're having a conversation. It's like, okay, you're under the house. Yeah, we appreciate you forthcoming. I bet you hear a scratching. It gets itchy down there sometimes. Sometimes we like being itchy. Because being itchy means it makes us work harder. What? What do you do for work? Bet you didn't know Frank builds in your house. No lying. Oh. We make them houses as fast as we make brown. We're just kidding on you. But really, we love to build. So if you want to, if you're gonna want to have more housemates, just ask Frank. Frank do need to be paid though. We don't work for kisses no more. No. Frank wants friends. Cat friends! See the pipe over there? The pipes goes all over the place. You want to send a kitty out? Push him down the pipe and bam! There he goes. Alright, see you in a bit, Foxy. We don't want just any kitty, though. Frank wants retired cats only. Frank think we like retired cats because we're kind of retired, too. Okay, well, go night-night. Okay. Alright. He's not accepting cats at the moment. Wants retired cats, wants one. Why is there an exclamation mark here? Let's see. Hey, Butch, what's up? So check this out. I got a new collar for you. This class is called the Cleric. Pretty hoity-toity religious type. Judgmental, sure, but boy, could it heal things. With a solid Cleric on your team, ain't no one going down. And if someone does, pray on it. Cleric, let's go! All right.
Apologize to all you church-going folks. Plug your ears.
Just you shut your
Okay.
mouth, pussycat.
What is this? Again, every song throws me out for a loop. All right, Gwendo, what do you got? Dart and melee attack. Okay, so which one do we want to give him? We have 3. We have 4. We have 4. We have evil. We have man. No, this is man. This one did get his shit wrecked. But this is the sunburn one, the hot-blooded sunburn one. Okay. This one, oh, his charming went down because he has a scar. His charm went down. Let's see. I don't want it to be the 2 new ones. These 2 new ones actually wrecked shop. I'm gonna say Hawaii. The evil one, I think, goes. But Hawaii has good stats. But this one has a good passive. Especially with the right burn. What do y'all think? What's your vote? We could also just get rid of one of the... Well, we can't get any of the strays. Or we could also do either of the new ones as well. Because we have our... This one, he was strong as hell. But man, was he... he needed... Well, he was also fast. I always feel like he was never... No. It was the magician. I wish I could have given away the magician, because the magician was the one, but he died. I'm thinking. Huh. Okay, Reddy. Thank you for stopping by. Wonderful having you. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the week. We will do...
Oh, pussy, don't try and tell me.
Honestly, the only thing going for this guy is his passive.
We can
We'll get better passives. To Frank. Alright, Frank. What are you gonna do with him? Oh, hey. Oh, hey. Oh, no. What was the voice? Oh, hey, Frank. He was just waiting for you down here. Good job of sending the cat to us. Slow, so when he runs, you can still get him. Frank's slow, but no one needs to get us. Frank's getting so itchy, I think we're ready to build. You know what house on top of your house? The one with the point on it? Well, Frank's gonna go building all over that one. You just wait and see. It won't crush you or nothing. Okay. Okay. Let's end the day. Oh my god. This. Oh, all right. It just surprises me every time. Gwendol started a fight. Gwendol started a fight with Yowie. Yowie won and was rewarded 1 intelligence. Gwendol died? Oh, she was evil. She was evil.
The house is all a bustle, with feline fur and muscle, and the Joneses' hearts are truly learned to sing. The only problem now
all right.
is they're just not knowing how
Well,
to keep those kitty titties in a sling. Slipping on
all right.
some poop in the bathroom.
One of them died. So it looks like that sewer monster built you a pipe, huh? Well, don't you feel special. I got one too. Hey, that gives me an idea. How about you and I go into business together? Send me some cats with combat experience, and I'll let you kiss me behind the dumpster over there. My guy? Well, like I could consider it. What do you mean, no? Yeah, well, what about I expand that little box of yours then? I'm talking about that box by your house, sicko. Oh, wow, great. I did not think about that. I can upgrade that old shoebox for you. That way you can hold more sharp objects. Trust me, it's worth it. Just send me a cat who's killed some stuff. I'll hook you up. Okay. Upgrade your item storage. Got you. How about... Hello, Tink. Little flamingo. That's cute. Well, hello there. You're on the talk of the town these days. Everyone's all like, what is that weird guy over there? There goes that so-and-so. Aren't they a catch? They got brains and buns. And I'm like, thanks, girl, but did you hear about the newbie in town who's been hoarding all those cats? And then they're all like, yeah, I heard about them. But what's this I hear about you, that book deal you've landed? And I'm like, leave me alone, stalker. Lol, LOL. Gosh, people today are so nosy, right? Anyway, what's this about you and me being pipe buddies? You know I could hear you talking in your sleep through that thing, right? You old perv, my wife made me cover the pipe with a quilt. She was so embarrassed. But listen, I need a baby. I want you... never mind. I have this empty hole in my heart. See, my wife and I, we can't have children of our own. So we decided to start a cat family. And guess who the father is? It's you, silly. Just send me your kittens, and I'm sure I can find a way to return the favor. But try not to send me any uggos. Keep your donkey-faced fuggos in the basement. Oh my god. Toodles? That... Oh, okay. First of all, how dare you? Let's see, what are you? You are... Chris... I was gonna say, do we have any, like... Well, we have -6, so I think there's 2... Oh, first, we could... Let's... Comfortability, do that, okay, cool.
Wrapped it all up.
One of them just straight up talked. Which one of you can talk? Is it you? Because you're new. Burp. I think it's her. I think it's her. One of these things can straight up speak human language. Alright, so you... Melee attack and then the burst. Magical blast is crazy. So that's pretty great. This one is its short shot and then burgeoning blast. And the stats are really good. Okay. So that one can go to either one. This one can go to either one. I think, honestly, this one, let's give this one to the dude. Let's give him to Tank. Oh, happy day! My heart is full, so full. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You have no idea how much this little guy means to us. About your payment. I don't got any. I'm a bit of a loss here. Here, take this little bow, I guess. It may seem useless now, but in the right light, the color is just to die for. Seriously, the bow could do to make God cry. Don't you dare throw it away. You can leave now. Oh, don't forget to keep sending me kittens. Toodles. All right, let's send one with battle experience. Let's send the evil one that straight up just murdered someone else. So he's definitely got combat experience.
Hey, that cat you sent me could really take a punch. Thanks. As per our agreement, I'll upgrade that storage box of yours. Still pretty tiny, honestly. I got bigger ones, but it'll cost you. Send more cats with fighting experience and I'll expand it more. This time, though, I want cats that have ventured further from home. You're gonna need to venture into the sewers of the junkyard this time. Good luck.
Okay, well we've unlocked all the things now. So now we just end the day and see what the day takes us. We ate a kitten. Oh, we have a second kitten. All right, so let's see what we got here. So first we got Mr. Mustard. Deal 1 electric damage at infinite range. Okay, don't we have an item? I think we have an item. Oh, okay. The item, because the person died, we lost the item forever. Good to know. So we did have an item for electric damage. His stats are kinda not, well, it's very front-loaded. There's that one. I like this one is Vaseline Coatlet, ? It's funny. Reach, your next basic attack has +1 range. So this one is just like, I get to punch you really far. And then, what about you? You do nothing. Sending him over to Tank. In the day. What do we got here? Ooh, we got Burgeoning Barrier. Gain 0 defense. Increase the spell's armor bar 2 by the end of each turn. That okay? He's a born tank. Okay, we'd like to see it. Is there anything else? I was gonna say I think we just need to keep on going until we have enough. Because we have 2. No, we have enough for a team, right? I think. So you are gonna be yeah, you're in there. You can't go. You can't go. You're gonna be our tank. This one looks pretty decent. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, here's our 4. Okay, so our cleric. Clerics are great at keeping your team alive, keeping them recovered from taking hits. So it's more. It looks like they scam out. They do out of charisma. So these 2 are it. So this one, though, I kind of want to. Even though their intelligence are kind of low, I want this one to kind of get a little bit more. We could do cleric, and that they just have magical blast. Oh, it's only capable once per battle. Interesting. But it's still good. I'm still going to give this one mage here, because the burst thing is just so good. This one, I still want to say that they're super tanky. They're able to get armor every level, or every round. The burgeoning blast,
where it does more damage as time moves forward is really good. This one increase your best, like let's do fighter for this one, so that the increased range. So this is like a pole arm, right? And then
Nice little bow on top.
you're the one that could.
Meow. Meow. Here comes the meow. Meow. Meow.
It spoke. I swear.
Meow.
Don't do this to me.
Meow.
No.
God.
There it is. Yeah, no, that's just a person. That's just a human being. Okay. Wait, hold on. Cleric, melee attack / heal. So, okay. Here's the idea here. This one, burgeoning blast, what's the range on it? Can I like look at the range on it? Doesn't look it.
Meow.
I wish I could know the range on it, because if it was the range, then at the very least I would know, like, is it better to have a cleric where he stays in the back? You know what? Let's do that. We're going to have this guy be the cleric because I want to try out the cleric. And then he now has as the time goes on, I'm able to heal as time goes on, and then my burning blast is just going to get more and better and better and better. Okay. Open wounds. An attack that deals more damage the less health the target unit has. Thou shalt not covet. When an enemy takes damage from an ability, it drops a random pickup. Ooh, you don't say. This is 0 to 25 damage. That's crazy. That's nuts. This one. What is Warn? Okay. So Warn has a chance to pray for returning home. Okay, got you. So it's fancy for charisma.
Meow.
Health. Ooh, spawn flowers under you when you end your turn. In that case, we kind of want it on this. Let me see, because I've heard there's set bonuses. This is not one of them. Okay, so end your turn, health, what regen, perfect. Ooh, what are you? Force an enemy to move towards you. That's so good. And then follow up. After you use your basic attack, dash forward as far as you can. Ooh. So I knock them back and then charge at them a second time. Oh gosh, Jimmy. You're goated. What about you? Warp. Teleport diagonally any distance. Xander. What the fuck, man? Your basic action inflicts 1 burn. That's so good. Let's get you some health. And then you have dash forward and attack with a knockback and rat style. All right, I didn't realize that he was a monk. +2 movement and 10% dodge chance. That's so good. All right, everyone has something. Okay, lock in. Divine Shubbers. Time to prey on it. Oh, great, the one that's a human. All right, let's fight. Rat style. Oh my gosh. Okay, so what do we got going on here? What is this? What are you? Mangy. It's a ranged attack, may inflict poison. Spawns maggots when damaged. Oh. And it's wet. Runs away when damaged. Okay, so we have Mangy. Gotcha. So I guess the first thing we'll do is we'll just go over here. Pick this up. And then we'll just... Because this can increase by +1 range, but we're not going to reach them in time. So we're just going to end that. Perfect. Oh, you son of a... I didn't even get a chance to move that one. Alright, so we're going to move this one. And what we're going to do... Let's go over here. Or is he good? Or is he just wet? I was going to say, like, it's kind of like shaking. And then what we're going to do is that we're going to do boop. Oh, and then I charge forward. So I don't do damage when I charge forward. As far as I can. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna do that yet, but we are gonna heal and then look at that. So good. We're gonna do this. We can also just diagonally any distance, which is fucking crazy. We're gonna go ahead and do up here, and then boop. Easy. And I could, you know what? We'll do this. We'll teleport over here. Perfect. In turn. And I'm in the high grass. He needs to heal himself. Can it heals allies but damages enemies? Okay, cool. That one I can't do anything with. I am gonna go ahead and just get ready to heal him if need be. Sure, we'll just... There we go. Oh, does he count as being in high cover? Hold on. Tall flower tile. Plus 3 health regen, plus 3 mana regen, and then plus 50% dodge chance of things standing in this. That's so good! We're gonna go ahead and... Is this a great knockback? Perfect. Then now we're gonna boom, and then we're gonna boom. Perfect. So he is good. What are you gonna do, huh? Hello. I'm gonna go ahead and castable once per battle. Oh, okay. So the burgeoning thing is just, it slowly gains each time, and I just cast it when I need it. It's not something that I cast every turn. Good to know. So we're going to go ahead and attack first. Then go up. Well, I don't really have a reason to move, honestly. So we just stay here. And then we're just going to move here. I'm still in the tall grass. And then I'm just going to boop. Oh, right. There are maggots. Oh, wait. What are you doing over there? Bite and blast!
Nice little bow on top.
Open wound, so this is very much a melee unit. So I think what I want is, honestly, is kind of breaking open these bodies and then seeing if they have anything. What is this? Food. Okay. Honestly, not bad. Okay, so the burgeoning blast is a pretty decent range, actually. Okay. Round 3. Okay. So so you have 5. So I think they're gonna go over there. That's gonna go over there. So these guys are going to kind of see if there's anything here. 2 mana when eaten. Move. We'll move over here. In turn. Get over here. Punch you. Burgeoning barrier. There you go. And then I'm gonna go ahead and I'm getting a good feeling. Let's see. This one. Hey, let's go. I'm gonna go ahead and just go like, wait, whoop, and then this one, I believe, will be close enough to do this. Perfect. Excellent. Oh, I forgot that he's still away. Oh. Let's see here. So, it's fine. Oh, 16, damn. 4 rounds. See, it was a bit longer than I would have wanted. Okay, we got Xander, our mage, leveled up. We already have teleport, but this one's teleport in any tile versus that one. So I don't think that's it. Replicate. The next spell you cast is cast twice. Ooh. That with burst would go so hard. Forbidden Frost. Apply freeze 2 to each unit except for yourself and one other chosen unit. Deal 5 damage to enemies and heal each ally by 5 HP. There will be a permanent consequences for casting this spell. That is wild, but cool. Shoot an infinite range projectile that can't miss from Magic Missile. As far as spells go, we are getting, how much are we getting? 6 intelligence per. Our charisma affects max mana and starting mana. Hey Dino, welcome in. Replicate is so cool in the sense of like, we play 5 and then, so we pay 12 in total to do 20 damage to a thing is pretty good. Magic Missile is good, especially in the sense that it costs 5, so we could cast it every turn if we want. But we don't have the passive like last time where we are losing all our mana all the time. Because our basic one is actually pretty good. And I've been seeing fire causing steam off of wet enemies. But they've died every time, so I don't know if it does anything extra yet. So I want to say Replicate is good for this one-hit burst thing, but at the same time, once we cast that, that's it. But this could also be like a good, we might be able to get something more after we spend it on that later. I like Replicate a lot. Magic Missile is good, don't get me wrong. Put an adjacent unit or yourself to sleep. That unit gets plus 5 health regen management until it wakes up. Sure.
Meow.
This is the we got the opiates. All right, we're good. Gris finds a large trash bin. The lid of this jar and the stench from the refuge floods Gris's nostrils. Wow. Examine is poop. Pick is poop. Open. Luck. Let's see. Gris tries to get into the bin, but accidentally tips over, spilling and spoiled it all over herself. Gris scurries away covered in poisonous filth. Gris got sludge necklace. Hey, what's a sludge necklace? It's cursed. Okay, cool. So I have +1 defense and -1 charisma, and it's cursed, so I can't remove it ever. Okay, well, cool. It's rat time. Do I start poisoned every time? Maybe I'm just happen to be poisoned this time. Hard to say. What are you? A pooter? Moving through the tile costs 2 movement, but it's flying. It's a ranged attacker. These are fat rat leapers. Leap attack damages and knocks back adjacent units. Isn't there a button where we get to see their movement or something? I thought there was. Let's see here. We can increase our thing and smack that. And I think that's what we'll do. Let's move here. We will increase our range and then smack it. Perfect. Okay, we're good. Whoop. And then we're gonna go ahead and we are very far away, unfortunately. We'll just go in here, I guess. And then we're gonna go ahead and do
Nice little bow on top.
the one that talks like a human is crazy, dude. We're gonna taunt you. Oh, I forgot that it happens now. In that case, hey, come here. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it. Wet water moving through cost 2. That's fine. Oh, I went out of cover. That's not good. What I did was not great. Okie dokie. So what I want to do, I kind of want to do. Okay, so I can't hit like over units. Yeah, it's wizard time.
We love casting spells.
We're gonna go ahead and do this little guy. Cause some steam. Interesting. Maybe not. Hey, stop it. Stop it. We're gonna save Magical Blast until we can replicate it. So we're gonna intern. Okay. And then now he's looking a little ward for wear. So we're actually gonna go over here and we're gonna heal him up. In turn. And then, okay, so you're just perma poisoned? Incoming healing is less effective, but cures one poison. Oh, okay, so I need to heal him. Got it. In that case, we're gonna do that, and then we're just gonna. And then we are gonna go in here. And oh, okay, it's fine. And then we're gonna go in here, and then honestly, that's fine. You'll take care of that. Hello, and then I'm gonna go ahead and I'm not gonna burgeon. Not yet, anyway. I have enough to double dip. Actually, it would be really funny. Let's do it. Even though this could be problematic. And then we burst him. 20 damage. And then I'm just gonna kill that guy. And then proceed to move. Honestly, not even move.
Nice
You're
little
good.
bow on top.
All right, you need some love. So we're gonna go ahead over here. Healing is a little bit less effective, but we got some of the poison down. Thank God. 2 damage. This one makes it so that they drop a random pickup. So let's just do it now. They dropped money. I'll take it.
Round 3.
And then we're just gonna move here, and then we're just gonna kick its ass. Well, we have until the end of the round, right? So here's the thing. There's likelihood to miss. I'm just trying to think as far as, like, picking up coins, picking up hearts, etc. We have a healer. So 16, 23. So he's really the biggest one. I'm gonna say I think our Coatlet will be able to take care of this fine. So we're gonna go ahead, get this food. Okay, cool. I don't think they're poisoned anymore. So can I like attack this and then get it? I can! That's actually really good. Okay, cool. I did not know that. And then you're gonna go oop, oop. Of course it still hit. It's fine. Maybe it doesn't count because it's an AoE. Hard to say. So now we're gonna move, and what was this? 4. So we're gonna get 4 health here. We're going to collect the coin. In turn. This one's absolutely fine, so we are gonna... Oh, can I just warp to get this coin? Yeah, let's just warp to get this coin. Warp to get this coin. Cool. and then we intern.
Wrapped it all up.
And then this one, we are gonna go ahead and just go here. And then, oh, great. Well, can I just do this? God! That's a cleric for you. You think he's all heal until the mace drops down. All right, what do we got here? We got Stone Breath. Inflict Petrify on the first unit in line. That's really good. So we got some CC. A melee attack with lifesteal for Chew. Okay. Honestly, that's not bad at all. Thicken. Gain +1 knockback damage and +1 knockback range until the end of turn. That's kind of, that's fine. Chew is really not bad, because as I'm getting hit, I'm, like, just... First of all, the melee attack with lifesteal, that means I essentially attack for 5 and heal 5, which is crazy. Spawn a random tile anywhere. I think what I want to do is... His intelligence is 4. So he won't be able to do it every turn. And for all I know, from what I saw, I don't know if it was a 1 round or 2 rounds. Lifesteal is good, but we have a healer. I would do Chew if it wasn't for that. The basic attack after you dash forward... plus, we could essentially petrify, and then if there's anything behind it, we could punch it, knock it back, and make it run into each other. So we'll do Stone Breath. All right, what do we got? We got glasses! They can read! Thank God! +2 to charisma, +1 health.
Meow.
Is there like a fancy bonus here? There's not a fancy bonus here.
Meow.
2 intelligence, so we want you. All right, Xander, don't worry. We got you. You're so smart. So we get there faster. Even more so. Perfect. I'll take it. All right, what's this? Vaseline Coatlet discovers some coins scattered on the ground. What would you like to leave these? How would anyone like to leave these here? Ignore. We have 6 luck.
Meow.
Coin flip.
Meow.
We need to stop doing that. Goes to pick up the coins, but they stuck on the ground. What a mean prank. Oh, gotcha. So it's just... Okay. Oh. Fenrir. The Divine Chubbers is really funny. Alright, what do we got? Fenrir tosses bear traps. Has an affinity for tall grass. Swats away melee attackers. Alright. Maybe the tile thing. Look how many times they get to go. My God. Let's do this. Kill the crow. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the crow. Let's do this.
Meow.
The crow, it missed. Of course it did. Did I see that correctly? Oh, the trap becomes... Okay. I bet you all these things are traps and not actual things. So what we'll do... We're at 9. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead... Oh, we're over there. Oh, perfect. We'll do that. Okay. Boop. All right, and then now, I mean, where it's the affinity for the tall grass. It makes me wonder, but I'll keep that in here for now. Okay, there's one here. Good to know. So what we're gonna do is go over here. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna goad him. Get over here. Perfect. Oh wait, this is gonna make it so that he gets the bird, isn't it? You know what? I don't know. Let's do it. Oh, the bird pecked him. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. Okay, so there's one there and there's one there. Let's see here. Can I... This is all melee, so I'm not going to be able to do it. So we're just going to go ahead and... You're full health. You're full health. I think we're just going to go and pick this up. And we're going to... We'll just go ahead and do this just cuz. Intern. Okay, I think it was either here or here. Aw, the bird. I couldn't get it in time. I really did try, though. Let's do over here. Hey, how you doing? I'm gonna smack you. Or not. Oi. What we could do... Well, this is... He's still at, like, 50% chance. Which makes me not want to do the burst thing. Anything here? I want to say... F it, we ball. Let's do it. Let's go. Yeah! I believe I can still move here. And then we wait. We intern here. Okay. Then we are going to go ahead and... Yeah, move that here. Perfect. We're going to petrify. Perfect. Oh, hopefully it doesn't just keep going, but we'll see. Missed. Of course it did. What?
Nice little bow on top.
Uh-huh. Well. How much damage do you have? Oh, you have a lot of damage. I think you're still able to be able to do this. Okay, good. Hey, how you doing? Oh, they got me. Can I heal myself? I can't lick my own wounds. Of course not. You know what? Just because of that, F you. I'll lick your wounds instead. You already know that cast can reproduce in this game? Yeah, I did learn that. I did learn that, unfortunately. Bear trap, go! Well, he's about to go ahead and kill you. Let's go! Hell yeah.
Nice little bow on top.
You also talk, so there's two of them that can speak. So we have Exert, which is Fury Swipes, a weak melee attack that has a chance to hit multiple times. Okay. Confront, move in front of an enemy. Confront may be good. Our movement's pretty good, though. Our movement's pretty good. It's going to be unlikely that with 7 speed we're going to have a problem with that. That's really good if we have low, though. Burgeoning Battery. Add 0 mana. Okay. Let's do some Fury Swipes. Hell yeah. Nothing. We can't go on hard mode still. Okay. Large steel drums lay strewn about, their inky contents spilled onto the ground. Oh, okay. So I guess there's oil everywhere. Slows you down. Okay, there's some tar. Oh my god. Hey, Lumpy. Its ranged attack creates creep. Spawns creep when damaged. And then we have Pinky. Oh, there's... What about this? What about this one? This one's just dead. That one's dead already. Okay. Huh. Okay. I guess what I'll do is go over here because they have dash ability. They have abilities to dash. I guess I'll also just All right, cool.
Meow.
Oh, right. I forgot that they leap. Maybe it's because their name are Leaper. Let's see here. We'll do... Go over yonder. Then we're gonna taunt. Hey, how you doing?
Do that again. I dare you to do it again.
Okay. We don't have enough for that, but... yeah, we'll do... It does slow me down, but I don't really need to... I mean, we'll move like a little bit after that, but we don't need to move that much farther. Plus, we have teleport. Well, actually, speaking of teleport, we get 8 per... So... No, we need to save our mana. Alright, let's move here. Again, I still don't know what it does. Alright, we'll just end it here. The little guys are rolling. They see me
Nice
rolling.
top.
They're hating. Okay, we're just gonna go ahead and heal you a bit, even though it doesn't really do anything. Move. Oh, that's just poop. Here's the thing. If we do this, he's gonna get hit a lot. But we have a healer. So we'll just... We're gonna go ahead and... Fury swipes! Twice. Okay, well... Why did he get healing? Interesting. Alright. Oh, okay. Well, that works. Ow. What? 1 damage entering and starting your turn on the tile. Okay, gotcha. I was gonna say, like, excuse me? We'll do this. And then we'll... Hey, do you mind coming over here real quick? Thanks, appreciate it. Hey, do you mind coming over here real quick? Oh. Okay, well... We tried. Anything here? Everyone's full healed. So I guess what I'll do is that I'll just go and collect stuff. Ooh, that's a lot of money. I'll take it. Burning Blast, we're just gonna hold on to. What we're gonna do, that's 9. This does 10 damage. There's a lot of little guys is the problem. Well, this is where Magic Missile would be actually pretty goated right now, because we could just go boop boop. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna go ahead and smack you for that. We are gonna... Oh, right, I had this. It's fine. Hey, what's up? How y'all doing? Ah, we got into round 3. It's okay. Oh, okay, so let's do this then. Let's just go ahead and... Oh, I forgot you're alive. Excuse me. I guess we would just move here, because we don't have anything... Oh, we do have Skull Rush. In that case, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna Bull Rush. Oh. Sure, why not? Okay. Let's see here. This one, they're all in the way. I could goad this, but he's just gonna go that way. I can't do anything here. I can't do anything here. I could just do this. Oh, well, that works. I don't have another mood, though. So that's fine. This one, get all that money. I'll take it. And then we're gonna Burgeon Blast. Oh, right, you're too far. I guess we're ending our turn. Cause damn. We're gonna go ahead and just do this. Hey man, how you doing? Bye. 3 rounds. Okay. Okay. That's not terrible.
Nice little bow on top.
All right. We got booster. Heal at adjacent unit. Excess healing is converted to an equal amount of random stat ups. Ooh, because there's so much time where it's just like everyone's healed up. So now it's just like, cool, my heals become buffs. That's pretty good. Revive a body to 100 HP and give it all stats up, and then you fall asleep. Born Again is really good, especially in this situation like last time where they all blew up to smithereens. You and your allies move toward the nearest enemy. That's really funny. Force a nearby unit to move away from you. That's funny. It's just like, no, stop, get out of here. Booster? I think booster is super goated. None of these really go, like, none of them do damage, or else I would work with the passive here. I'm gonna say booster, especially with intelligent sits. I get to do this every turn. The rest of these, I guess I could do like Crusade, and like it will allow everyone to like move in quicker, but it's the closest enemy, so it may not work the way we want to work it. But buffs are buffs. What was I going on the down left? Out of nowhere, Jimmy spontaneously combusts. Jimmy howls in surprise as his fur lights on fire. What the frick? What's happening with Jimmy? Why are they so mean to Jimmy? Jimmy's the one. Oh, Jimmy's not the one with the necklace. Gris is the one with the necklace. What the hell was that? It was like, yeah, no, there is on fire now. Pickaxe. What are they, children? That's a they want to be in the mines joke. A melee attack that ignores shields. If used on a static or inanimate objects, it destroys them and spawns a rock. Restore 1 use when used this way. Interesting. Well, as far as multiple attack goes, what was yours again? After your basic attack, you dash forward. That's your basic action. Okay, so we want... I'm thinking Gris.
Wrapped it all up.
Oh, God. All right, shop time. Rare candy, dude. All the way. What does this one do? Survivalist Gator. 40% dodge chance while standing in tall grass. Start each battle with stealth 1. Lose this stealth when you use your basic attack. Okay, that's not bad actually. Lobbed water attack that deals splash damage. All right, let's level our guy up. Okay. Force fields plus 1 holy shield. At the start of every 3rd turn, you gain a shield. I gotta say, like by turn 3, I should be ending the game. Electric immunity. When you deal electric damage, gain +1 charge. What does charge do? Does it say? Doesn't say. Splash damage. Your basic attack deals 2 magic splash damage. Ooh. Us plus our thing then makes it so it's like we do 5 + 1 burn, and it's now an AoE. That's essentially a fireball. We turn our single hit fireball to an AoE fireball. Your familiars do +1 damage for each other familiar have. Oh, if only we had that for the Necronomicon. That would have been so good. Let's do splash damage. He's not really getting hit, and he has teleportation. Let's also get that. So for camouflage, let's have... Oh, I can't put it on the necklace here. Okay. In that case, we'll put it on you. On Jimmy. And then we'll try to utilize the big grass. The tall grass. Divine Chubbers, Radical Rat. Love the smell of napalm in the morning. Eat your children! Alright. No! Oh, shit. Our thing does 1 bird damage. Crispy thighs. Crispy thighs.
I'm so hungry now, I'm gonna chase them, grab them, fry them.
Fry 'em. Okay, we'll intern here. Oh, it's raining. They auto take themselves out. That's so funny. Shake 'em, bake 'em. Let's see here. Oh, hummingbird? Oh shit, you're right. You know what? This is worth it. This is worth it. We got wood.
I'm chasing rats.
Chasing rats.
Days I'm taking naps.
Taking naps.
I'm the king of cats.
King of cats. Let's see here. We want to be able to. Ooh, let's do this.
I'm chasing rats.
Chasing rats.
All of my days I'm taking
Ooh, that's a plus additional what amount there. That's so good.
I'm the king of
Can I like? Ooh, let's do this. Yeah, I knew it. I knew I'd be able to do that. Sweet. Ow! Stop it! Ow! It's still 50% chance. And chase it. So we'll do this. We'll go ahead. We'll move here. We'll go ahead and heal you up. Perfect. And then we'll go ahead and give you +2 intelligence and plus. Oh, that's so good, dude. That's so good. My God, how are you hitting? We're 50% chance to dodge things. You're hitting it every time. All right, I'm about to smack the fuck out of you. First, Fury Swipes. Only one. Okay, well. Okay, and then. Honestly, that was kind of bad. That wasn't the best. Fancy things. All right, let's see here. We want to teleport. Teleport here. And then he. And then teleport back in here. He. Okay.
Tasty legs and crispy thighs.
Crispy thighs. Crispy thighs.
I'm so hungry now, I'm gonna chase them, grab them, fry them.
I think what we're gonna do is that we are gonna punch this and then fly that way. Okay. Now, there we go, and then we're gonna stone breath him. Dumbass. There we go. So now, we're gonna move up here. And then, do a bit of a booster. Actually, let's heal him up first. Then booster. Yeah. Oh, look at all those stats. Let's go.
I'm chasing rats.
Chasing rats.
Days I'm taking
He hasn't missed a damn throw yet. It's a 50 chance of missing, and he hasn't missed a single time. All right, the only thing we can do here is go over here
I'm chasing rats.
and then do this.
All of my days I'm taking
And that's,
naps.
and then, can I like do this?
My dreams, I'm the king of cats.
Oh, I turned the money into a rock. That's funny. There's a miss. He was stunned? Oh, gotcha. All right, so now... You know what? I think what I could probably do is make him come over to me. Hey, man, how you doing? Oh, is he also in the touch? Oh, it's fine. Perfect. We're over here now. I'll also just do this. 4 armor's pretty good. And then we're gonna go over here and we're gonna heal you up. And then we're gonna give you even more stats up. Ow. He's the king.
Like salmon and onion rings.
Onion rings.
Got no time for fancy.
Okay, go up here. I guess I'll just... I missed the body in the thing. That's cool. Can I just do this then? There we go. There we go. And then we'll just... Oh, okay. We missed some cinder blocks on the ground. Yeah, that makes sense. Hee. All right, and now we are gonna go ahead and
Tasty legs and crispy thighs.
there we go, and then boop. Perfect. Oh, I dried up the thing underneath them. Interesting. Does this count as a spell? I assume this was the basic attack, which is why I haven't been doing it. But maybe not. So we're gonna go back. We're already in tall grass. It's fine. We need to heal him up. And then we're gonna go ahead and buff you. Perfect. And then we're just gonna burgeon that. Medium scrap. Ooh, good to know. I don't need to do any emergency treatment. He's probably gonna throw a bomb at me. Oh, I meant me, her, by the way. That's actually surprising. Oops, not you. We're gonna go ahead. Oh, we can't do that, but I can make him move to me. Okay, cool. And then now I'm gonna go ahead and go over here. And then I'm gonna punch him. And then I'm gonna punch him into the wall. Now the missing is happening. That's good. Yeah, let's do you. Reach. And then punch him in the face. Ooh, that crit was so good. Tard. Decreases by 6. Flammable. Too bad the rain's happening. Yeah, it's fine. He's gonna toss a bomb. It's gonna miss again. Again, he really doesn't seem to like the fact that let us... I'm thinking... Here's the thing. I'm trying to, like, diagonal my way. Hold on. We're gonna do this. Oh, okay. Damn. I think... If we... Damn. I miss... I was trying to, like, do here. I think what we could do... Can I, like, go here? No, I can't. There's nothing in the diagonals here, unfortunately. I guess the closest thing that I could do is just this. Why'd I do that? I forgot that his thing did fire damage, and I lit the bombs. What's with me using fire against the bomb rat? It's fun. It's really good. It's really fun. I'm liking it. Oh gosh. Oh, I'm glad they didn't die, because that was a 4-bomb chain. If you end your turn with unused movement actions, gain 2 bonus moves. Toad style. Your movement action is a jump. Landing on a unit deals damage and displaces it. Ooh, that one's really good. Especially if your move action is a follow-up. That means it could be... The follow-up could go to be code style. That's pretty good. Use consumables on other units. Start toad style. Holy crap. Oh my gosh. Log. A wide attack that hits all units in an area. Ooh, that's actually really good with this. Let's do that. Start battle with a +2 backflip. Let's do that on you.
Wrapped it all up.
Yeah. Oh. No. We want to go to the sewers. Wait, why'd I do that? We essentially died. But we do have a healer. The thing is that I don't think I can heal myself. So is there a thing that I can do? Let's actually, oh gosh. Yeah. Adjacent unit. We'll do this. We'll do, how much health do you have? Okay, we're gonna actually give this to you.
Meow.
So they're gonna eat the food and then heal everybody else. All right. What the hell are you? A boomer? Man, they really let themselves go. Moving through the tile costs 2 limit. Explodes when killed, damaging all nearby units. Moves away when damaged. Hide behind the water. Be hiding in the water. Got you. Gotcha. All right. Where's our freaking healer? Our healer's last. That's unfortunate. Our Jimmy's pretty good though. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna do this. We're gonna jump here. Oh, I'm surprised it didn't. Oh, it's fine. We're gonna go ahead and do that, and then boom, boom, easy. Okay. And then you, we want to kind of like stay far away. So so what we're gonna do, I'm thinking about turning, like, removing this obstacle. Oh, whoa, hold on. Harpoons the units that end the movement in front of it. Oh. Like ours? Do I have to prime it? So don't go anywhere in these general vicinity areas. Got it. Oh my gosh. Can't do anything yet. Okay, let's see here. This is what I'm thinking. Damn, too bad we can't double it up. I'm thinking, because we could do this, and that will, I can hit that one with this, and that will cause an AoE here to get this one to run. The issue here is I want to kill this one, so I kind of want to do this one. So we could also just move. That doesn't allow us to do anything, unfortunately. Or what we could do is if we end our thing there, and then we can teleport after. All right. So now we can do this. Perfect. And now we wait. Ow. A broken leg! Right, I didn't heal everybody. Alright, first things first. Heal. Great, it went too far. I've completely forgot that these guys were needing some healing. No. Why did my healer have to go last? I can't even heal anybody. Oh gosh. I literally can't do anything. Alright, so this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking wide attack that hits all the units in this area. No effing way. Oh, I thought he was all that. I'm like, there's no way. But no, this is good. I like it. And then... Oh, that's perfect. Lovely. Okay, we might be able to turn this around. We're gonna hold off on that. Oh, that backflip. Perfect. And then what we're gonna do is charge forward with knockback. Perfect. Oh, we didn't have enough for that. Well, it's not gonna kill it. It crit. I blow up. Hey, welcome back, Ratty. And then we're just gonna do. Hee. Oh, okay. Well, sure.
Wrapped it all up.
All right. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and go over here, heal our boy up. Five? What is? Why is the skull number going up? 6? All right, what's wrong with our boy? Is he just out for the count? I guess he is out for the count. Put adjacent unit or yourself to sleep. That unit will gain 5 health regen and mana regen until it wakes up. Well, it's not waking up anytime soon, so we're good. Now we're gonna go ahead and... What happens if I jump on him? Oh, great. I don't want to push him now. All right, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do that, and then we're gonna push him all the way to the end. Ow! I forgot about that. All right, we're doing that. Backflip.
Wrapped it all up.
But because I keep backflipping, I keep on not getting... Okay, that's fine. So we're gonna go ahead and go here, and then headbutt. Easy. In turn. So let's move. Oh gosh, I can't. If I move anywhere in this water, I think it's her move. This guy's movement. That's the problem. We need to get this guy's movement up. Let's go ahead and keep on healing up. And then we're gonna Burgeon Blast this dude. Take that. And then he's gonna recover a bit. He has 5. This has 4 damage. I don't want to use the log. What I will do is do that, and then punch you away. All right.
Wrapped it all up.
And then what we're gonna do is he's just gonna defrost. And a part of me wants to... I'm fine with getting less if it means healing everybody up. So let's go ahead and just turn this into a rock, because why not? Oh, I forgot about that. I keep forgetting about these guys. So now we're gonna heal you up. And we're gonna do that to you for more healing. Excellent. Round 4 or round 5. We really have been. Let's see here. That's 4, so we're gonna jump here, and then we're gonna punch from here. Boy. Yeah, not a whole lot. That last boss really effed me. Rather, not even the last boss. I effed me. All right, healing aura, health regeneration. Your health regeneration also applies to your enemies. Okay, so if we get a good health regen built, that's very good. Caretaker, when you heal another unit, heal yourself for half that amount. Oh, we need that. We need that. When you damage an ally, they gain 1 damage. That's not a thing that we do. Let's do Caretaker. Okay. Okay. Strong wind howls around the dirt. Dirt and debris kicked up from the tempest pelt against them, nearly knocking the cats off their feet. So it's it de-windy. Okay. So now... So he has 3. So my healing him did nothing. When they're down, healing does nothing. Good to know. So it farts inflict poison 3. Farts and projects itself forward when damaged. Okay, so we want to hit it from the sides? If I'm understanding correctly? So if they be windy, what I want is to go over yonder and then punch it. Well, first, probably we're gonna stone breath and then punch it. So it like the damage doesn't matter. It matters. Hits matter. So to get through armor, multi hits are more important. Good to know. Oh, it farted on me. Okay, this guy's full up, so we're gonna go ahead and go this way. Increase my reach. Or maybe the damage does matter. So he kind of moves forward that way. Okay. Let's go ahead and just... Hee rock. The poop's alive? Why? Why is the poop alive? Alright,
on top.
I kind of want to do, like, some ridiculous shit right now. But I kind of... Oh, gosh. Why? Okay, so we could do this. I'm worried about her. What do they have? 3? So I want to be within 3 blocks so that she can do her healing. Let's see. Because it's a floater. Oh, got you. Of course. Of course. I guess what I will do then is that I guess I'll go after the floater. Because at least that's something. Jesus. They are mad. They are mad. And we'll hold off on all that kind of stuff. Haha, backflip.
Wrapped it all up.
Oh, no, please. Okay.
It all up.
All right. I was gonna say, the man just got here. These guys move so fast. I didn't realize they were 5. They look big and chunky. I didn't even look. All right, so we're gonna have you. Honestly, she needs to take some of the hits here. So we're gonna heal you. And then we're gonna heal you again. Perfect. And then they also heal themselves for that amount of stuff too. Oh, great. Okay. There goes all the healing that I did. Oh, let's do some of this, baby. All right, so now we're gonna go over here. Which direction is it gonna go? Because depending on the direction, actually, it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna get hit with it. So I think it would be better if I just did this and then did that. I will honestly use this a little early.
Nice little bow on top.
Yeah, let's do some damage. And then let's do a body. Excavation. Little bit of excavation, you know what I'm saying. I forgot the floater was there. Oh, right, it has a charge. Well. Alright, that's 2, that's 12. So what we're going to do is that we're going to replicate this. And we're going to fucking destroy this dude. Yo boy is mad. Honestly, we're just going to move forward 2, and then I am the poop slayer. Don't take that out of context. We could also use the snack, but I think she'll be able to take... Well, I kind of want him to take that. We'll do this. We'll eat that. In turn. Are you going to do your fart? Yeah, you're going to do your fart. Because of course you are. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and slash you. Jesus! And then heal you. Or we're going to... Yeah, we're going to heal you, and then that's going to... Perfect. Perfect. Xander is your favorite. Which one's Xander? Chris, Jimmy, Xander. Yeah. Oh man, just almost not enough. Okay. And then we're just gonna... Perfect. Let's go! The round was not fast, but we're good. Okay, Vengeful. Your basic attack is always critical on enemies that have damaged you. That's not bad. Hamster style. We're already rat style. Are we going little guy style too? Which is really funny, by the way. +1 health regeneration. 1 -1 damage. -1 health. Start with 2 bonus moves. Math. Your spells cost 3 mana to cast. That's a discount across the board. But each can be cast only once per turn. That's really good. We have a charge that's 6 and a fury swipe that's doing. This would increase or decrease our damage anyway. This involves us getting hit. I mean, we get hit sometimes anyway. But I think I like math because also he's stupid. He's a little dumb, but we love him for it. Toilet! Slimy mask. I don't know how I feel about that. Did I skip ad breaks again? I did skip ad breaks again. Holy crap, I'm a bad streamer. All right, another ad break, guys. My God. See y'all in like 3 minutes. Drink some water, stretch, do what you need to do. We ain't moving forward. It is getting a little stuffy in here, so I will be turning on a fan. Ooh. Oh, we can go back to standing. Should we attempt to do some exercise again? It's been a hot minute. Listen, maybe that just standing up and sitting down, it will be more than enough. Don't be lazy. Idealist, if you don't feel like doing it, just do one. All right. And that's exactly what we'll do. All right. Crunches, 2 push-ups, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 squats. Look at that. I was like, I don't feel like doing it. And I proceeded to only want to do 1, and that 1 turned into like 10 in some cases. What is this thing anyway? 15% chance to catch projectiles. Inflict 1 immobile 1 on units that contact you. Oh. Oh. Inflict a mobile 1 on units that contact you. If it wasn't for this damn neck... Wait. It goes on the face. It goes on the eyes. Oh. That's kind of brutal. I kind of want to do this one. Because here's the thing. These are going to be frontline. They're probably going to be meleeed. They're probably not going to be ranged. Xander, on the other hand, probably will get meleeed. And anyone who attacks me, who does manage to get melee, well, Catch projectiles, but anyone that contacts me can't move is really good. Spawn flowers on you when you end your turn. This one's really good for Jimmy, so I don't want to remove that. I like the idea of Slimy Mask on the healer. But I don't think anyone's really attacking the healer. I think they're attacking either Gris, this, or Xander. I say this, like, Jimmy has a name. I need to use the name. Hey, welcome back. We're looking at the Slimy Mask, which apparently does 50% chance to catch projectiles, which gives me another basic attack. And then it inflicts immobile for any units that contact you. AKA, if I get hit... I don't know if it means if I get hit by a ranged, it also counts. But I'm going to go under the assumption no. Xander, I think an extra basic attack would go real hard. But the extra intelligence is really good. So we'll do Slimy
Nice little
Mask.
bow on top.
Oh gosh, this poor thing. All right. Please don't let him try to do a charm. Xander finds a hairball made of chunks of fur and hair. It has small bones sticking out of it. It's honestly quite disgusting, or is it? It has low health. I guess I'll try to loot it. It's not great, but let's go for it. Examines the hairball and feels something hard and metal inside. Xander got 1 coin. I'll go, sure. Uh-oh. The Flush Master. Oh, no. All right, battle start. Okay, what do we got? Ooh. All right, let's see what he does. Pushes all units back 10 tiles in the direction it's facing with some spiked... Oh, our guy can turn the spiky rocks into regular rocks, so it becomes less of a problem. All right, this is what we're going to do. How's his movement, though? His movement is 6. Okay. I have an idea. What if I do the log and push that one into him? Let's go. And then log forward. Okay. This may hurt me. It did hurt me. It was worth a shot. It was worth a shot, honestly. All right.
Wrapped it all up.
We are
Wrapped it
gonna.
all up.
What we're gonna do is literally just go around and start pickaxing. They're bruised, but boom. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. All right. I think we're gonna go here. I don't think there's really anything else, but we're gonna go here. Can I like... Okay, that'll damage our boy too. No. Okay.
Nice little bow on top.
That one, I can at least do you. Let's give you some stats. And then we'll just heal you up anyway, just cuz. Okay. All right. Oh. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm starting to get the gist of it. That's fine. Okay. Oh, I'm immobile. Is it because I'm stuck to the rock? All right, then you come to me. Hey, man, what's up? Thanks for stopping by. Get punched. And then, yeah. Hey, welcome in, Barbaric. Thank you for the raid. Wonderful having you in. Hello, hello. How are you doing, everybody? Welcome in. We are playing the new Macmillan game, Mewgenics. If you like Binding of Isaac, it's the same person who made that. It's weird, but it's charming. I absolutely love it. How are you doing, Zelda? Welcome in. Yeah, what were y'all doing? It looks like for whatever reason, the percent game didn't go. Spyro the Dragon. Ooh, I didn't own the system that was a PlayStation growing up. I owned a Nintendo, and my family would only allow us to have one. So for Spyro, but I went to friends' houses and played Spyro. So it's a soft spot in my heart. Finished the Sinking City and started my childhood. Hell yeah! Well, welcome in. Feel free to do some post-streaming care. Eat some food, hydrate, chillax. Do what it is you need to do. I welcome in. For those that don't know me, I am Idealist, the Paleomancer, and person on the screen is Mama Dodo, the resurrected summon of a dodo. The current costume I'm running is one that I made for In Sound Mind. It was the closest thing that I had to a cat costume that I had. For those who haven't played In Sound Mind, by the way, I highly recommend it. It's a very good psychological horror game that touches on a lot of psychological stuff. Really cool, though. But yeah, welcome in. I'm trying to beat up a slime that doesn't attack me, but just throws me into spiky rocks. But luckily, one of my cats has a pickaxe that turns any kind of like inanimate object into rocks, like normal rocks. So I'm just like, cool, they're not spiky anymore. Also, I have a giant log. So there's that.
Nice little bow on top.
All right, so now we're gonna do I want, actually, I'm trying to decide if I want to pickaxe this spiky rock or if I want to just kick its ass more. Rock first. Rock. I kinda, they're just, I'm so close, but not close enough. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. But now I'm just gonna do I already used the thing, so that explains it. Because I have Replicate, which makes it so that the next spell I cast happens twice. So I have a once per battle mega hit that I like to double, but I'm 1 mana short. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna move a little bit up, just a little bit, and I'm gonna, it's gonna hit our guy. They'll be fine. He's got on fire. He's fine. We have a healer. We're good. Anyway, I'm just gonna go ahead and we're good. We're fine. He's also pinned? Oh. Well, looks like they're not doing a whole lot of anything. They can't move. They can't do anything. They can't heal themselves. We're just here. So the first. Okay. Oh, you're on super fire. Good to know. We are gonna go ahead and jump right on top of you. Hey, how you doing? And then we're gonna again petrify you, and then I'm gonna punch you into your rock. Over and over again. I wonder if that's been reducing my damage though. That's gonna hit all my guys, so we're not gonna do that. We're gonna end here. We are gonna go ahead and Fury Swipe him. Please do more than Oh. Interesting. I didn't realize it makes it so that they just get pushed no matter what. Interesting. Well, I'm just gonna hit it a lot. Hell yeah. And then we're also gonna, does this work? I was gonna say, because it's now technically petrified, does it do extra damage? Oh, wait, it did! It didn't use a use of the pickaxe. restore 1 use when used this way against rocks. So because it's petrified, my mind it doesn't count as a person. And also charge. All right. You got cool. All right. You'll be fine, right? Smile. We're gonna duplicate the mega hit, and we're gonna punch you in the face for 20 damage. What? Okay, so we need to stop petrifying. They're taking a lot less damage. There's nothing really here. Oh, I could do this. Haha. I need to stop setting my guys on fire. That's something I need to do. Ah, crap. Well, I want to help my guy, but I'm not going to go through the fire to do that. I think I was used to it raining constantly, that my brain was just like, the fire will go out eventually. Oh gosh, my poor tank. I think I left for a bed and got caught actually. Yeah, the cat does like to talk like a human. We're gonna go over here, and we're gonna get some healing. And so we're gonna do some burgeoning there, and we're just gonna end our turn. This one, does the fire eventually go out is the question. Take 1 damage, start of its turn, then decrease the burn by 1. Okay, good. So we're gonna go ahead and move here. We're gonna turn this spiky rock into a normal rock. We're gonna multi-hit you. 6, 7, 8? He hit him 8 times and killed him. What? How many times? He hit him 8 times in a row, and one of them was a crit. Bro, what even? Just like, okay, fine. I'll finish the level. Everyone, calm down. Oh my god. Oh, multi-hit. Oh my god. Oh my god, multi-hit. Oh my god. Please. All right, we're level 4. So now it looks like we get stats. +2 + full heal, effects-based crit chance, and all randomness. I would like to see. I mean, we could amplify. Our speed's really good. I know, right? I mean, listen, there's also like berries in a rare candy in this game. There's a good amount of like Pokemon inspiration. Affects melee attack and melee damage. I think some strength here would go really hard. I think he's healthy enough. Charisma affects max mana and starting mana. I don't think that matters all that much. Crit chance and all randomness. Let's just do strength. Let's get this boy, some Wheaties, you know what I mean? All right, did we get more catnip? We got some catnip. Hell yeah. So get our intelligence boy some Adderall. Citrus berry was actually citrus berry. It was pretty much, yeah. Spawn a flaming meat pickup. I mean, with the amount of fire that I'm throwing around, maybe not. I guess I'll have you. So my charisma went down because I went down, I guess? Or is one of these like charisma? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I went. Yeah, I'm disfigured. And this one is, I have a broken leg and a broken paw. Xander's been through it. Okay, cool. All right. Arsonist cast for actual real. Okay, rare candy, definitely. All right, what do we got? Oh, this is the level up one. You in particular, I also feel like your speed is kind of fine. Intelligence needs some work, not gonna lie. But we have the thing that we have math. We know math. By that, I mean we know math badly. So that's fine. Max mana, starting mana, I don't think we really need all that. The 3 means we can start something off the rip. Intelligence means that we can at least do one of those things per level. Might be just strength. It might just be strength. Or luck. Our luck is pretty solid, but our strength is really good. our ability to crit and then make him really lucky would be kind of based. Bucket of lard. Heal yourself and all adjacent units to full HP. Okay. Rhinestone stickers. Emit 4 sparkles at the start of each battle. Sure. We'll also get lard, because why not? Is this also, like,
Wrapped it all
pretty?
up.
Emit 4 sparkles. A projectile that deals 1 magic damage to a random enemy. You know what? That goes off of his Shall Not Covet, so I'm fine with that. Bucket of lard. Honestly, Bucket of lard might be our boy here. I want to get this person more speed because that's the one thing holding us back is his speed is bad. He is slow. Nothing like Bucket of lard to speed you. You find some shiny coins, you find 14 coins. Oh, okay. We just get money. You gotta spend money to make money. You know what they? Oh God. Oh, they just randomly got hit. Okay, got you. Oh, there's a bird here. There's a bird here. Get the pigeon. Let's see here. We could do you and then log it up. Yeah, I think that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Let's jump here. Log it up. They're like, oh. Why? And then I proceed to, and then I'm gonna taunt you to come closer to me. Or not. Oh, can I taunt the bird? Oh. Well, I expected it to fly, but you know. Oh, I could do it again. Let's do it again. Hey man, how you doing? Thank you. Have a good day. Not the poop.
Wrapped it all up.
Let's see here.
Meow.
Let's go ahead and just go up here and then just kill it. Oh! Oh my gosh. Oh, by the way, Doom, thank you for the follow. I didn't mean to skip over that. I appreciate that very much so. All right. I'm gonna. Ooh, we could charge. We could charge the. Let's charge. Does it go? Do I have to go all the way? Just in case this goes badly. Let's not. We're in a good spot. All right, these guys are coming. That guy's coming. That guy's over there. Oh, well, he just... sure. I felt like that was personal. I really did. We need to give this guy some charisma so we can start off. If we can get this guy enough charisma to, like, do a replicate burst thing, that would be great. Let's see here. We could do that. That would make it problematic, to say the least. Oh, I know what I could do. I'm just gonna kill this guy. That will blow up that guy. Oops. They're fine. And then we're just gonna destroy this poop. Ow, I hurt myself on fire. Because of course I did. Why'd I do that?
Nice little bow on top.
Oh my gosh.
Nice little bow on top.
We're fine. We're fine. We'll just do this. We'll do a little bit of this. We'll do a little bit of loop. Upgrade your stats. So now you're not only beefier, but also faster. And then we'll just go just a little. You got it. You good. You're good. See, you're fine. Oh, the. Uh-oh. Whoop. All right. We could do this little number. If I do this, will it push them forward or back? Or I could do this. Oh, I can't do that. Let's gamble. Perfect. And then now, what we're gonna do is that I'm gonna punch that. Oh, okay. He's just over there now. Oh, wait. Let's go! Oh, well, we're okay. We're fine. I thought he would go farther than that, not gonna lie.
Nice little bow on top.
Hey, speed. Speed. He needs speed so badly.
Wrapped it all up.
All right, we got a brick. Am I understanding that? Brick hat. Oh. All right. That seems tanky. 4 armor, -1 movement. His movement's pretty good. He's bricked up. Don't take that out of context. And we're ready to go. Yeah. Xander discovers a strange disembodied hand. Some say the Addams family owns one. The fingers of the hand are raised upward, unmoving. Yeah, let's examine it. Xander squints his eyes, looking carefully at the safely from the distance. Luckily, he had glasses, so he can actually see what he's looking at. It is a very odd sight, but Xander thinks nothing of it and moves on. Oh, okay. We succeeded and nothing happened. That's an ominous sign. What it could have been. Grip trainer. I remember these. Do y'all remember the shake weight and how wild that was? In the commercials for that thing? Crazy. Am I right? Shake weight. Oh my god, you see those commercials and you're just like, someone vetted this. Someone said, yeah, move forward with this. Was this their subtle, like, advertising? Oh my god. Gain 1 straight. Alright, yo boy. Oh, okay. If it's just strength, he doesn't need strength. Does this increase this by 1? I wonder. Does magic get increased by your stat? We'll get his strength back up from his broken paw. This is just PT. This is just making sure that after that you have an injury that you're working out your body to make sure that it heals in a good way, right? The purple every time I had to see that, right? Oh gosh. Okay, what do we got? Oh, Boris. Oh my god. All right. Oh. Okay, you're just moving around. Okay, he's wet. He moves 1 tile toward whatever damages it. Will dash on its last turn and is wet. But he moves twice. And it looks like he hurts himself when he moves. Because he moved twice. So what we want is almost like 2 ranged units doing damage to him, pushing him back and forth. So here's the question. Hold on. Sorry, the music in this game is such a bop. Swirl around a bowl. Swirl around a bowl. God. Hell yeah, I love this song, dude. What the fuck is this song? I want to see if it's immediate. So what we're gonna do?
Nice little bow on top.
We'll do this. Only for him to get out of it next turn. Perfect. We could... Ooh. I wonder if Fury Swipes will be a bad idea. I think so. Alright. Science time. Okay, it only counted as 1. Okay, he cannot move now. Okay, cool. Good to know. Control. All right, let's go ahead and get the booster up on this little guy. And then heal him up to full even after that. Perfect. Uh-oh. Okay. All right, let's does this will hurt our little Xander guy. Oh, we are the little Xander guy. Okay, could I just do this then? Why can't I do Boris? Okay, I don't know why I can't do him. That's a bad way of putting it.
Nice little bow on top.
I can't attack him at all. There we go. Okay, he's immobile, can't move. Lovely. We could just smack him super hard like this. Honestly, yeah. Ew. Well, you know what? Take this. Why can't I punch him? Why can't I punch him? Why can't I hit him? Okay. Weird. This is doing, like, weird things. Ow. Oh, he's over. Oh, he got displaced. Got you. Hey, do you mind moving over to me? If you don't mind. Oh, this is gonna be a problem. Oops. He's immobile. All right. Jesus, it does so much damage. Swirl around a bowl. And then boop. Oh, I should have done melee first, but it's fine. He's immobile. Hee hee. This might just straight up kill him. Jesus Christ. Literally was just like, I'm gonna do an incision on his butt crack. I cast Min to butt crack, and he's just like, oh, please, not my butt. That's my headcanon anyway. We need, honestly, we needed his charisma up. Oh, his charisma's super up. Oh, because of the level up, his charisma went up. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. In that case, then his intelligence is already super high. I think, okay, so this is my headcanon now. I'm thinking melee attack and melee ability damage. That would be a waste. Base crit chance and all randomness. Let's do speed. Let's make him a little faster. Oh, what do we get? Fecal mask. Inflicts poison units that contact you. Hey, put this on your face. They're like, what? Yeah, let's switch this with this. Which is no, I like flower with this. In that case, here you go. So this replaced the stickers, so poisonous that contact you. So that would be, oh right, that's what was happening. That's why it couldn't move. The slimy mask, whenever it smacked this guy, our Gris, it made it so he couldn't move. So like that essentially like completely removed the difficulty of that boss fight, because the whole thing was like every time you hit it, it would move towards you, and then it would cause damage because it ran you over. And now it's just like, cool, that didn't happen, so we're keeping that. That one's fine. We're just gonna have a poop mask. I think that's what's gonna happen. To home! They did such a good job! Yay! They did it! Hell yeah. Oh. Uh-oh. So there is some spiders in this game. Oh my god. Oh my... Oh. You can now adventure in the caves. Yeah, I don't think I want to go there. Just saying. Holy shit. So, okay, so we have some trash. Well, here's a fecal mask. 1 use left. The log can go in the trash. The catnip is worn. The flour is worn. Anything that's worn needs to go. Everything else, I think... Hot lunch. I don't know what flaming meat will do. So I kind of still want to use it to see what the hell that's about. The rest of these could probably stay. Alright. Alright. What do we got? What's up, Bush?
Well, well, well. Looks like you got another caller. The thief, personal favorite of mine. Can't imagine why. Somehow bothering you? Thief can stab him in the back. Need some extra cash? Well, you know where the thief's got stinking fingers. And don't get me started on how quick they are. Just hope the girls don't find out. What? What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that? Alright, let's see here. Let's just end the day and see how it goes. Nothing significant occurred.
Nevertheless, it's cat race.
Alright, let's see here. Hiss. Adjacent movements move away from you. You have a 25% chance to inflict fear on them. Moves as far away from enemies as it can at the start of its turn. Okay. Alright. Well, we have a bit of a -2 here. So it seems people are starting to become uncomfortable. Oh god, okay. There's some things happening. Hey Frank, what's up?
Frank is scared. The cave or dark, spooky thing. Frank was a dead guy in that place once, but don't worry.
What? Hold on. You can't just go by that. You were dead once? Guy, are you
He's like, anyway, don't worry, we got a smart and built a new Frank out of the old. Oh. Go to zoo, right? Look at how we can make this one dance.
Hey Frank? Is there something controlling you? Are you the one controlling the body? And the thing that the body that I'm seeing is not Frank? I don't know how I feel about that.
Frank can't dance like old Frank can, but look again.
Is this like a zombie virus? I mean, we did use a Necronomicon, so we could have been just that. Frank needs a nap. Good talk, Frank. Man, the lore in this game, crazy.
Yeah, I see you. I'm Tracy, but I honestly don't feel worthy of fully represent I am as a person, so don't bother using it. So you must think you're some type of pet lover, huh? That's what we call your type around here. It's like, what did you mean by? I assume you identify as a pet lover by how you carry yourself. Well, yeah, I thought so. Pet lover. God, that term is so specious. Even hearing the word pet, it makes my skin crawl. I prefer the term animal companion, but personally, I go a step beyond loving animals. I don't... careful. In fact, I believe all animals should have the same rights as us. Oh, okay. If not more. Even the term pet showcased the bigoted species agenda that Sick World describes too.
This is the world the left wants. Oh my god. Sorry, I could not help myself. That was so... Anyway,
if I had my way, using that word would be punishable by death.
Yeah, girl, I think you need to rearrange your priorities just a tad.
God damn it.
Hello, welcome to P-Mart. Where love... No, all of a sudden her voice changes. Hello, welcome to P-Mart, where our love for your pets is never ending.
Ugh.
Our cat donation center stays open 24/7. Every donation of a cat age 5 or older will go directly into the expansion of this location. P-Mart thanks you for your patronage, and have a blessed day.
I hate you.
Food for eating. Okay. Lucky horseshoe, fragile. Perks. We can give them perks. Oak helmet, flammable. I'm fine with that. I have a tendency to light myself on fire, but we're okay. Wants cats 5 or higher. And then that, retired cats that have been sewered in Jackyard. Okay. Okay. So is anyone like... Let's see here. Is anyone... Okay, so this one does work.
Nice little bow on top.
That one won't go anywhere. That one's... I'm just trying to think. Okay, so you... Okay, we like Xander. Let's try to keep Xander. Xander's kind of based. The healer was actually really good. He's the only priest. I kind of... Our tank was also really, really good. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Wide load. Let's go ahead and get this guy over it to Tracy.
Won't he adorable? Hello, and thank you for your entry in the P-Mart.
Oh, sorry. Hello, welcome to thank you for entering the P-Mart Kitty donation. Y'all didn't hear that slip up. Center rewards program. With your help, P-Mart was rehelped. Your donated feline to a family in need. As you may have heard, all rewards members can access to exclusive imports.
Come back tomorrow. I haven't restocked any new imports yet. Pretty sure it's some kind of frozen food locker or something.
All right, cool. Anyway, so that's happening. So that's retired cats. So our comfortability. Is there anything else? I think we just end the day and then see what happens. Nothing of occurrence happened. Okay, what do we got here? Brainstorm, reduce the cost of your other spells by 1 mana. Ooh, okay, so we got ourselves that. All right, let's see here. We want... I like that one. Gris is really, really good. Their mom is okay. Let's go ahead and get them to Frank. We're pretty much just kind of getting some of these out of the way. Oh, we have a team. Oh, can we put in the adventure because they're retired? That's the wrong name. So okay, we do need one more. Mr. Mustard's still laughing like a human. That's Zap. They are age 5. Honestly, give it to Tracy. All right, in the day. I'm trying to make room so that they would have kittens. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is another burster. So many mages, dude. All right, let's see here. Now do we have 4? 1, 2, 3. Oh, we need to get rid of these. Xander is really good though. I really like Xander. The splash damage and the burning paws is pretty good. The caretakers, that one's really good. The leapfrog is so good though. And then that one. I guess oh gosh. I liked all these. This was such a goated team. I want them to start making kittens. This one, none of the regular ones want to be sent out. Let's just have another day and see what happens. All right, we did get something. All right. We have Make a Wish. Spend a coin to spawn a random pickup on a random tile. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I don't know how I feel about that one. All right, little kitten, off you go. Oh, did y'all hear that? Not you. Is this a robot cat? That's a robot cat. That's a government drone. Need another unit. Allies gain +1 damage. Enemies gain 1. That's really good. That's really good. Okay. Do we have enough? I think we have enough now. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. We have enough. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. All right. So the needing, perfect cleric. This is a robot cleric with need. We can give our allies +1 damage, and we can also weaken enemies. So that's already there. You have high charisma. Attack from the shadows. Thieves are great at evading hits, collecting coins, and striking from behind. So we want kind of like a high luck kind of stat. He is the highest one with luck, and some strength, and some charisma. So I think Thief does work for this guy. Because none of the other ones really stood out for me. Because he's kind of low on a, like, not really a tank, not really a ranger, not like a maybe damager. So yeah, I think that's good. This one, he's kind of average across the board. Adjacent moves are feared. This might be a good ranger. Because if you fear them, they move farther away. If they move farther away, you can smack them in the face with your loogie. So we'll do that. And then Brainstorm, spells are reduced due to mana costs. Perfect. Lovely. And your intelligence and stuff ain't that bad either. Perfect. We got something. We don't have a tank, but we have good range and we have good healing. So we don't really have frontliners. We'll see how well this goes. Cake is your favorite so far. Cake looks pretty good. All right, her passive is God Warrior. When you kill an enemy, gained a shield. Ooh. And then gets open wounds. So this is an attacker. This isn't even... Cake is our frontliner. They're able to weaken an enemy and open their wounds and gain a shield whenever they kill an enemy. Like, this is our paladin. This is a paladin. Fancy. Let's see. Ooh, a +1 strength. Gain 1 strength ain't bad, because then they do even more damage. Because this is going to be more of an aggro thing. Pickaxe. A thing that makes it so that we do extra attack is just so good. That does 1 magic, so let's go back to it. If they're a frontliner, we'll make them have that. What do you do? Target any unit, teleport behind it at the start of your next turn. Ooh. Nail throw, attack a unit in a straight line. Your movement's action is Shadow Step. What the fuck is Shadow Step? Okay. If that's the case, we're gonna give you the survivalist guitar and then some backflip there. That seems good. Inflict on mobile units that contact me. So being able to get hit and then be able to then like get immediately behind them seems really good. This guy is camouflaged as hell. This poor cat. What do you got here? Ooh, heavy shot. Shoot a high damage shot with 70% chance to miss. Your basic attack can target tiles adjacent to allies. Oh, that's real good. Because think about it. We're going to have the frontliner paladin and then a thief. We now have it. Now we can spot them from really far away. We can be really, really far. Let's do rhinestone here. Let's do. We'll have them increase their damage. I don't really see anything else on here that I'm like, ooh, that's necessary. Oh, what do you do? Give 2 mana to a unit. Okay. When you cast a spell, deal 1 random elemental damage to adjacent tiles. Oh! Oh, to around me? What? Why do I'm not going to be anywhere near anybody. Do I want to be? Is that part of the thing? Okay, first of all, let's give our guy some glasses. Adorable, cute, lovely. No, we want that. We're going to give you something fancy too, because why not? And I feel like the stickers and the fancy bow could just go hand in hand. This one, ooh, -1 speed. Oh, his speed is ass. Oh, his speed is ass. That's unfortunate. Yeah, definitely this then. We don't want to lower his speed anymore. +4 on anything that bruises you. I guess you? No, you're also need to get into range of things. Especially since give 2 mana to a unit is... Tabby is going to struggle in the beginning. He's going to struggle. Let's go ahead and get you that. I guess we just save our brick for now. I'm not seeing anybody that I'm like, this is perfect. Alright, did I miss another ad break? That's what I want to know. Because at this point, okay, we still got 15 minutes. Okay, I was going to say. Oh my god, I was going to say. Alright. So, let's go in. Alright, let's do... Stalk? Is it just the... Oh, okay, there's a fly over here. Okay. Your movement is Shadow Step. She teleport. Oh! Alright. Target any unit. We'll target you. And then we'll go ahead and... Like, I want to be in here. Perfect. And then in turn. What? I just started. What do you mean? There's lightning and all 3 of my guys got hit by lightning? I just got here. All right. Crazy, but okay. Mana. I don't really want to give mana yet. So we'll go ahead and just do that one. And then reduce the cost of other spells by 1. Oh, like permanently? Okay. All right. Okay. Now we can do 70% chance. So we can see this one because it's adjacent. Perfect. And then we're just gonna heavy hit this one. Missed, but that's okay. Hey, yeah, 3 and 11. We're gonna go ahead and move here. We're gonna go ahead and +1 damage you. Hell yeah. And then we're also gonna heal you. Perfect. We're good. Oh, where did you come from? I did not see him. Oh, well. You gonna die now, okay. Let's see. We're gonna Shadow Step him. We're gonna stalk him. And then we're gonna Shadow Step over here. In turn. Oh, the wind pushed me, didn't it? Is there like a directional as far as wind? I guess it's this way? Yeah, I guess it's this way I can see it. Or no, it pushed this way. So I guess the wind's pushing this way. So next turn, it's gonna go this way, I guess. Is there anyone that they need, like, mana? We're gonna brainstorm again. Is that what's you do? Hold on. Are you the one doing it? Tabby, I'm gonna be so real with you. Are you the one doing it? I think he is. I think he's literally shocking people. Oh my god. No way. Oh man. Alright, well. Got that. Can't do that one. Oh, okay. So I could do that every turn. Interesting. I did not know that. Okay. So what we're gonna do is, again, we're gonna need you, and then we're gonna heal you. Okay, cool. And I'm gonna move the fuck away from you. That's what I'm gonna do. Bruh. Okay, so don't go in the water. This wind, is there like a indicator on here as far as when the direction is? Because as far as I can tell, no. All right, well, couldn't get behind him. That's fine. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and magic spell that and then knock that out. Okay. Whew. All right. Okay. Alright, a weak melee attack. If this crits, inflict -1 luck and you gain +1 luck. I'm assuming not permanent. You gain +1 stealth. 50% dodge chance. Lose it when you get hit. Pierce shot. Throw a nail that passes through units and ignores shields. Pull a unit towards me. I think Pierce shot might go really good. Steal luck. He's already pretty lucky. Gain steal health. That one is, if he had high intelligence, I would do fade because that's a lot of mana. Let's do Pierce shot. A thick sandstorm kicks up. Small grains of sand traveling at furious speeds through the air. Sting the cats with their fur. Their fur. So it's a thunderstorm, and everything takes 1 damage. Great. Is there like a... Hold on. That's that. Okay. I'm not seeing like a... I saw it on the top right in the end, but I started it beforehand. Let's see here. Well, let's shadow step. We could do this. I kind of want to make sure that I stay inside the tall grass when it comes to him, because he's very difficult. Well, he also has backflip. He'll be fine. Perfect. And then we're gonna get, what are you? Slows units, counterattacks when hit. Not if you die. We'll stalk that one. Oh, they tried to cat call. Oh, you cheating! Okay, the lightning shocks all the water. Good to know. All right. All right. Great. I can't do any of it. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm going to test something. All right? I'm going to test something. I'm going to go here, and then I'm going to thought, yep. Whenever he casts a spell, he does shit around him, including replacing everything or things with just glass. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's not good. Holy crap. Ooh. Alright, this one is pretty good, so we'll do that. We'll do that one to that one. And then we'll do... Honestly, we'll hold off on this one for now. It feels like a waste to try it on this one. This is probably going to die from the Sandstorm, because I believe Sandstorm does 1 damage at the end. Uh-oh, he backflipped into the water. Please don't. Okay, thank God. All right, so we're gonna move you. Perfect. We're gonna heal you up. And then we're gonna need you. What do you... It's fine. Yeah, see, I'm... Oh, okay, so there's the one. Oh, perfect. Now we're gonna straight up do that. Then we're gonna... What's on this tile? What is this? I don't even want to shadow step anymore. Stop it. Stop it. Perfect. It doesn't tell me? Okay, well, we're just gonna shadow step there. Hopefully it won't be problematic. And then we're just gonna... Piercing shot you. Perfect. Oh, what? I mean, I'm fine that happened, but damn, really? This storm sucks. Let's move forward a little bit and then just kill him. He's counting money back there. That's so funny, dude. All right, what do we got? Dash forward, heal a unit, give it a random stat up. Oh, okay. That kind of fixes his movement problem. Give +1 shield to each unit within 2 tiles of you. For 8, that's not bad, but I'm using most of it. I like using my need. Inflict blind 1 on each unit in an area. Pull a pickup toward 1 tile towards you. Magnet would be really good for the thief. Let's do Holy Dash. Now, what the heck is this? Flip a coin. Heads, refresh your basic attack. Tails, lose 50% of your HP. Yeah, but like, this guy has like a lot of luck though. I keep also forgetting to the grip. The grip thing is a free action. Okay, what are you? Backstabs heal you by 2. Oh, well, in that case. Oh, he's backstabbing a lot. Standing outside of guys, use stealth 1. Use a stealth when you use your basic attack. In that case, we'll have you be you. It's also green. Extra camouflage. Large pile of trash blocks cakes way ahead. The large heap is composed of deceased cats. Truly horrifying sight. We bash through it. Cake tears through the pile, collecting useful scraps. The stone orbit. Cake stored 4 food. What's the stone orbit? Spawn a small rock when you take damage. Oh. I mean, okay, sure. Why not? Why not? Oh, we can go hard now. The question is, do we want to? This team isn't as nearly as strong that I anticipated it going to be. Okay. This one has a thing. Oh, God. The AoE thing is not great. Okay, so we're going to stalk you. We're going to shadow step you over here. And then we're going to... Perfect. In turn. Okay, so there's a spot there now. It would have been one thing if there's something on the ground. But there's not. Alright, so we're going to... The boy needs spells. As of currently, he isn't doing anything. He can give 7 out of 18, 9 out of 21, 5 out of 15. I guess maybe Juji. So what we're gonna do is inspire. You got this. And then we're gonna. You got this. And then we're gonna move. Can't move. Don't move there. I guess we'll move here. Can't do anything. Okay, they're putting a bear trap there, so I can't put it back. So let's go ahead and do that here. And what we're gonna do is that we're gonna do boop. Oh, whoops. Extra strength. I figured as much, but it was worth a shot. Okay. That's smart. Holy dash. Heal. Okay, so let's go ahead and heal you. I don't think there's anything behind here. And then we're gonna give you extra damage. Perfect. What does this one do again? When you kill an enemy, gain 1? Yeah. Ow. Oh, the pushing around with the traps is gonna be a nightmare. Great. And I bet you I got pushed into a trap, which is why I'm immobile. Is he? Oh, he's... Oh, did he throw it and then I was trapped immediately? Oh, that sucks. That's unfortunate. Alright. Got that. Why did I bounce back? Why did he jump backwards? Is that what this does? No? Oh, right. He pushes back anyone that's a melee range. Gotcha. He's also immobile? Is it the storm? There's so much stuff happening. Alright. Well, I don't think there's any here. I was wrong. Bro, I don't think we're going hard. This team, this situation sucks. We're gonna do a little bit of this. And then we're gonna do a little bit of you. And then we're gonna do a little bit of you. And then we're gonna end our turn. You're gonna... Oop, bear trap, because of course. We're immobile. We're at the very least gonna build up our strength. Oh, right. Strength is built up for melee only. So he should have strength. Cake should have have the grip. I literally can't move. Ooh, I can't do anything. And then I can charge, healing him. Hello. And then heal him again. Perfect. Round 3. Why is he still immobile? And I can't target to any unit. I can't move, even with Shadow Step, which is crazy, by the way. Refresh your basic attack. I can't do any of that. I can't do any of that. I literally can't do anything. He's just gonna have to stay there. Are you gonna throw a rock? Oop, bear trap. And, oh, that's actually surprising. Okay, so, again, I'm not really sure what's causing the immobile, but it's not great. We are going to... Oh, gosh. I can't cast spells because that's just going to hurt our boy. So... And I can't move. So, in turn... Guys, this is rough. This is real rough. This is gonna be a big oopsie daisy. I think this one's fine. Okay, we're good. Boom. Miss, because of course. Miss, because of course. And miss, because of course. And last but not least, miss, because of course. Alright. That's it. We might be ending this early. We might not go all the way to the end, because this... Oh boy. Because I want to be able to help this guy, but his movement is one off for me to do that. Heal a unit and give it a random stat up. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do that. Then we're just going to heal him. And then move into the grass. Oh, okay. I thought there was a trap there for whatever reason. There's the trap. Hey, he has 1 health. Hopefully I can actually get a healer into there. Okay, so he's gonna stalk him. I'm going to shadow step here. And I'm just gonna end my turn here. I was thinking about flipping the coin, but it might round down. Just stop missing, bozo. I will say, oh, well, oh. Did he just... He -1 the only stat that mattered. Whoo! Whoo, boy. This one's rough. This one's rough. Well, there's one. There's the other. All right, gotta get swole. We're gonna go ahead and just go in here. Okay, I want you to not go that. Okay, fine. Hopefully there's not a trap in there. I had to open my chungus mouth. All right, so now I'm gonna go over here. You son of a... I'm gonna heal you. And then I'm gonna make it so you do more damage. And you're gonna backstab him when it's your turn again. Ow. And then you're gonna throw a trap. There it is. But guess what? Guess who's behind you? Of course you turned your back against the cinder block, you coward. Oh, you missed. Uh-huh. How about this one? Did you miss this one too? You didn't! I'm proud of you. Okay, you know what? It's not worth it. He could die. Bear trap. Ow. He literally can't move. He threw another bear trap. Oh, okay, cool. So he still gets his extra turn even when the guy is down. Good to know. All right, I would like to be able... First, got to do our grip strength. Got to do grip strength. Doesn't do anything, but we got to do it. Hey, got to miss. Hey, are you going to miss again? Yep, got to do it. All right. Now another bear trap. I am immobile twice because I guess I got hit into 2 different traps, potentially. I can't boost myself. I'm just gonna need the ground because it's cute and adorable. I'm gonna actually heal the rocks here, and then in my turn. Oh, he got pushed into the trap. Bear trap, uh-huh. Hello, okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna shadow step here. Son of a... Missed in what couldn't have been a closer thing. Missed again. I'm going to... We'll see if it's a round up or round down. Hell yeah. We don't get to know. Throw it again. Cool. Oh, I was hoping I was going to keep on flipping. It's like, we're keeping it going, baby. Okay, well, at least he missed me. So that's swell. All right. Let's see if he manages to hit. Oh, that's 1. Oh, gotta do grip trainer. Gotta get grip trainer. Uh-huh. And that's 2. All right, good. Thanks for coming. Wonderful having you. Okay, that's in front, and that's there, so I literally can't do anything. I still can't move. I got pushed away from the thing, so I couldn't even break that down. I'm gonna need this grass here. I think that's exactly what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna do that. Everyone gets hit by 1. I have a broken tendon now, so he's down for the count. Amelia got pushed into a trap because of the wind. Bear trap, uh-huh. Oh, he walked into his own trap. I got jinxed, whatever that means. Okay, right. You have like 5 turns before it gets to mine. Uh-huh. Okay, go. Well, by all means, go ahead. I could go to the bathroom. I actually can go on ad break if you would like. I have no idea where any of this would be. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go down and hope there's not a trap in a corner. Yay! And then I'm gonna turn this into a rock. Sweet. And then I'm gonna punch this. That's crazy that it worked. I'm honestly shocked. We're getting these boys home. Because I swear they're gonna die. All right, what we're gonna do the last ad break of the day. And then we're gonna continue this round. I feel like doing this for another hour. Stretch, get some water, get some food, go to the bathroom. See y'all in a bit. All right. What options do we have here? Hello, mods and or subs. Let's talk about what we got here. As I take a bite out of my peanut butter cracker. At the start of battle, inflict weakness 3 on enemies. That's really good, isn't it? Temporary minus damage and speed for them. That's really good. Your basic attack removes debuffs. That's pretty good too, but I'm not seeing debuff. Oh, I wonder if immobile is a debuff. It probably is. You gain 1 intelligence. His intelligence is average. Whenever you hit a new type of unit with an attack or ability. Mini-Me. Gain a half-sized copy of yourself that has 50% of your stats. The copy is AI controlled. Wait, does it have all my abilities? That means I have a mini-me that has all of my abilities? So they're able to heal? And everything? Weakness and everything is great. Mini-me is real good. We'll wait until the end of the ad break, but that's where we're gonna go. That's like, hey, does he still have... If he doesn't have all my abilities and it's just like a half stat that walks around that doesn't have anything, I imagine they have all the abilities and passives and stuff. So they have the open wounds, they have this stuff, and I think 5. Holy dash. I'm trying to see here, like, okay, this does 7 damage, but it's like, does the damage get amplified by my health, by everything? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much raw. How about you? What have you been up to? Yeah, we're definitely gonna do mini-me here. Start a battle, inflict weakness. Purifier it is also really solid. But if it's mini-me, then that means that person can go around and start healing people too. Granted, I don't get to control them as much, but for the most part, the AI seems to be pretty smart. You know? Hello, and welcome back from the ads. Our choices were Heathens, where we inflict weakness on everybody, are the ability to purify debuffs when we attack someone, gain intelligence whenever we attack a new unit, and also make a smaller version of ourselves that essentially just have half stats. So I think we're going to go with Mini-Me, because that's more of a... You get from 1 healer to 2 healers, and we need healing. We're not going hard.
Psst, hey. You now have a choice of which path you can take. You can keep going right to take the easy way out, like you did last time, but I heard there's some cool stuff if you go south here. Better items, harder fights, more rewards. The path of the strong. Your choice. Not this time. Thunderstorm, here we go. Persistent water element. At the end of each round, wind blows everything 1 space in a random direction. First of all, it happened twice, so I don't know what it means with this. This also happened twice. Hello, little cat. After each turn, there is a chance for a random lightning strike. Okay, cool. So I've just been struck by lightning, including the first round of the first fight, lightning hitting 3 of my units at once. So
That was just random and fun. Got it. And then Sandstorm, okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure that it was just like, oh, it's conductive, so it's more likely. Spawn spiderlings in an area. Why not? Exactly. We're doing normal. These guys are so... This guy here, our little boy here, has a concussion. So he already has minus in intelligence, but he literally has no spells to cast. He only has the ability. It's unfortunate that he hasn't leveled up yet. I was hoping he was going to be the one to level up first. I really did. Because he is a mage that has the ability to reduce the cost of his own stuff and then give other people mana, but actual no spells for themselves. And whenever he casts it, he shocks everyone around him. So I can't even get a healer near him. It's really unfortunate. But you know what? Maybe he's super smart and can dig through the trash. Okay, cool. Party healed 5 health. Hobby store 2 food. Okay. You found some good. And what we needed that. Thank you, Tabby. Thank you. You're trying your best. I believe that battle start. Okay, cool. We have a bird here that we want. Okay, let's see here. Ooh, there's like good stuff here too. Also good box stuff here. Okay, so this is like a pretty interesting thing. Let's go ahead and get behind this bird. I would like us not to be in a... Of course, they're like... We could do it here. That it would be their turn, and then he would charge at us more than likely. How much movement do you have? 1? Oh, then you wouldn't be able to reach me anyway. Okay, that's fine. Plus we have backflip, so we should be okay. Yep. And then they're them, and then that one's gonna join us. Hell yeah. Oh, that hurt. That hurt each other. Okay. So now, we are going to grip train. I forgot to switch grip training to someone that I could actually use it. That would have been nice. Get there. Then we are going to go do... Oh, it's very fun. I really like the game. We're gonna do... Honestly... This and then follow up with a normal if we have to. Looks like we're following up with a normal because we have to. And then we're just gonna throw this... Yeah, we're just gonna throw that here. Egg sack, go. Oh, okay. Go, go, spider! Oh, they do 3 damage. That's crazy, honestly. All right, let's get away from our friends here before we have a conniption. Let's lessen. Okay, cool. So we got that. We did an AoE by thinking. It's very good. We could. Yeah, that's not gonna do anything, so we're just gonna stay here. Oh, they're gonna leave. Hurt their own rat people. Again, our cleric needs movement very badly. Who needs healing the most? Honestly, this guy. So we're gonna go here. Heal, and then a luck up, looks like. And then we're gonna also heal our guy here. Perfect. In my turn, and then now it's Mini-Me's turn. Oh, I'm just licking our own butts. Okay, that's fun. That's nice. Oh, pigeon. Yep. Ow. Everyone gets hurt. Everyone gets pushed. We got teleported next to the guy behind here. Ignore the bird behind the screen. We got a special item. Lovely. We are gonna go ahead and go behind you. Ooh. That's a lot of items. Let's shadow step here. If I do that, That's gonna block anything. This dead body's blocking everything, so we're just gonna... Oh, piercing shot. Perfect! Ho, ho, ho. Ooh, wait, hold on.
Gamba.
Perfect.
Take this.
You're not gonna be able to get me. Oh, wait, they did. Oh! Alright, now, because he gets to see the enemy, we're gonna go like, whoop, whoop. Oh, well, it was worth the shot. Hey, my guy, you're a ranger. You're supposed to hit things. You're supposed to, like, hit things. Like, that's your whole shtick, is that you get to hit them. You know what? Go ahead and do your grip strength. I understand. You do you, King. Let's do this. We're gonna. Oh, I want to do this, and then this one will make it. I want to see what's in the box. We're gonna go up here, and then we're just gonna brainstorm. Haha. That's crazy. And then I'm gonna go ahead and give. Who do I want to give mana? I'll give you mana. I hit him with cold, and then I hit him with fire, and then I'm gonna get you mana. Oh right, there's a mouse here. Anyway, our boys be hurting. I'm gonna move up here, and then I'm gonna charge. Oh, there's a dead body in the way. Of course there is. You know what? Here, the dead body's gonna get a buff. I'm gonna heal you. And then I'm gonna turn this rock into a non-rock. Or a smaller rock. Why is he only healing me? AI, heal other people. Ow. Oh, oh. Alright, we're fine. We're fine. Okay, our boy. Will he learn a spell? Teleport. Teleport to any tile. No. Inflict slow on a unit. Also kind of no. Fireball that inflicts burn 2 in an area. We have a really, really bad reputation with fire. We have, as long as we know not to use it during the mouse bomb fight, we should be okay. So let's do from Fire Blast. We also got a pan. Block and counter backstabs. Ooh, interesting. In that case, let's do you. Oh, no. I like our backflips. In that case, we'll do you. The cat with the pan on him. The cat with the pan on him. Sherry accidentally steps on a trap. Sherry took 11 damage. Cool. Is that put them under? That almost kills them immediately. That's great. That's a crazy amount of damage, by the way. Uranium rod. Well, he was talking about needing uranium at one point. -6 HP. Use a melee attack that inflicts 1 minus health, poison 2, and weakness 1. At the end of each battle, if you are downed, gain a random mutation. I'm gonna be real with y'all. That would give this guy 2 health. Maybe not. Random mutation. Not all mutations are bad, but that also means not every mutation is good. The only one to conceivably use this is this guy. And that's only when he's downed. He's not really in the fight. That's the problem. Like, so I'm essentially minusing his health for no reason. The people that are in the fight is him. But if I do that to this guy, he's gonna have like no health. And he's already, like, behind, like... He has 1 health. Oh, I get it. It's not 6 health. It's 6 stats of health. Holy crap. Okay. Well, the way that I see this is if he gets hit at all, if anyone gets hit at all, they immediately go down. This is a sandstorm. Everyone gets hit with 1 damage off the rip. So it would straight up kill us. It would kill the person. All right. Rare candy every time. We don't even think about it. Okay. All right, Juju. Stakeout. End your turn. On your next turn, ranged abilities deal double damage. We need the ability to hit things. This person hasn't landed like a single hit. You and adjacent units each heal 5 HP. Okay, that's nice. Set a trap that deals 8 damage. Okay, you know what? You know what? I'll take it. You don't have to hit. It's a trap. All right? A ranged attack that inflicts poison 2, usable once per battle. Okay. That's not bad. Rusting helmet, gain 1 at the end of each turn. Sure. All right. This one we'll switch with counter backstabs. Actually, you know what? Honestly, hear me out. Give it to him. He's not taking a lot of hits. He's gaining a shield every time. That's going to protect the boy. The boy needs the helmet. He looks very special between the glasses and the helmet. He's trying his best. Hello, Mr. Radical Rat. Please be kind. All right, shadow step behind him. Oh, no, sorry. Stalk behind him. The music in this game, by the way, for the bosses, are amazing.
I'm so hungry now, I'm gonna chase 'em, grab 'em, fry 'em.
All right, we're gonna definitely go in here. Because boy, does he need it. And then they're just gonna end. Okay. Oh, he blocked the backstab. Let's go. I kind of want to go here, but yo boy, let's do here. I can't use any abilities in the off chance he does fire damage and blows up the bomb. God, I hate this. I hate this mage. I literally can't do anything, so we're just gonna end our turn in cover. We are gonna go ahead and go up. Is this?
I'm chasing rats.
Chasing rats.
All of my days, I'm taking naps.
Taking naps. Oh, he does have 1 sneak though.
I'm the king of cats.
So as long as I don't use my basic, it should be fine. Ooh, there we go. That's what I want to see. All right, he still has a sneak. Okay, we need to get these boys up and going. So we are going to go ahead and move here. We're going to heal you. Well, first we're going to holy dash you. Then we're going to heal you. Perfect. Okay, cool. Bomb toss. He literally is surrounded by bombs. Oh, he's healing. Oh, thank God. Thank you, Mini-Me. Appreciate it. Ow. Ow. At least it doesn't blow up the bomb. That's all that I would care about. Okay, cool. Oh, and you made it to get behind there. Of course you did. So in that case, because I want to backstab, but the enemies know that I want to backstab. So they're like, we're gonna move to make sure that we're not in that. So we're gonna go ahead and use that on there. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, Honestly, I might give him the pickaxe. Because then at the very least, I can remove the cover that they keep using. Alright, intern. So he's gonna try to bomb toss, and then there's nothing. Okay, and then now I want to like... Okay, that's good. Perfect. We are going to brainstorm. Perfect. We are going to brainstorm again. We're gonna give you some inspiration. And then we're gonna give you some inspiration as well. This can't go under, cannot reduce the cost to 0. Yeah, so this is now as cheap, but I can keep using this to get the fire blast down. Okay. Oh, he got struck by lightning. Nice. We like that. We like a conductive king. Can I like get behind something? Okay, you know what? We're just gonna go for it. Oh, his intelligence needs some work. Well, that's because I'm probably using heavy shot. Okay, got that. Heavy shot, he misses. Let's throw egg sack over here, and then let's do. Oh, why did I go that so far up? He needs healing. He needs healing. We're gonna get lucky with this. Yeah. Okay, we also got a Kite? Oh, Tabby! Tabby leveled up again! Let's go! Oh. Electric immunity. You can, when you deal electric damage, you gain 1 charge. What is a charge? That's what I want to know. Because here's the thing. It's when I do electric damage. Does it need to be dealt to a person? Because I can do the thing where I take, like I cast an ability. I've done electric damage around me all the time. So, I don't know. But when you cast a spell, gain +1 magic damage for the rest of the turn. Okay. That's not terrible. Because I am able to reduce the cost of my other spells by 1 mana. So then I can just cast like I can inspire. Like depending on how long this goes, I can really inspire and then fire blast and just do a crap ton of damage. Adjacent allies have +1 damage. Spawn 4 rocks at the start. A part of me wants to try lightning aspect just because. Then I want to see if it can give me a charge, and I don't know what a charge is. So resonance is better, but I'm curious about lightning aspect. Actually, I'm not going to be able to learn anyway, because we're about to end this. Actually, should we? Maybe we should just send it. Maybe we should just send it. Let's try lightning aspect. Okay. We're actually kind of okay right now. I say we send it. Use a melee attack that deals damage equal to half your strength, run it up, inflicts weakness 1, and gives you +1 strength and +1 HP on hit. That's really, really good. Let's give it to our melee man. You don't need that. You need that. And then you, honestly, we'll give you a pickaxe. We gave you a helmet and a pickaxe. You are a Minecraft kid if I've ever seen one. Yeah, let's go in the sewers. Let's keep it going. Plus, I think the weather resets, if memory serves. I could be wrong. Look, no weather effects. Let's go. What the frick are these, and why are they in pain? Water leech. Seeks water when it's out of water. While in water, dashes in a straight line with lifesteal that passes through units. Interesting. We're gonna go ahead and do. So let's do like back here. Yeah, let's do back there. Shadow step here. 5 damage. let's test it. Never mind. We lost the gamble. Bruh, I didn't even get a chance to do anything about it. Okay. Let's see. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna move here. So we're not in any kind of like rook line. And what we're gonna do is that we're gonna brainstorm. Did I gain a charge? I did not gain a charge. Okay. Oh, but I did fucking destroy that guy. God damn. Okay, and now that's this one. So we're gonna move. Now we kind of get to know like where these things want to go. So we're actually gonna go here. I'm trying to think, because if we go here, I think we'll. Here's the thing. This guy is not gonna go for a while, but still. So a part of me wants to, actually none of these get to hit him. I literally can't hit him. Cool. Can I do this? I can do this. This will be fine. These guys will take care of them. Let's go ahead and I'm actually gonna save my stuff for traps. Perfect. Or not. Not perfect. We're just gonna throw. Huh? There it is. Haha! More spiders! Go! And then boop. Boop. And then pop. Go, my spiders! There! They're so good! Okay, so now what do I want? You're big. You're gonna move here. I wish I could move. Can I charge over to you? Nope, cannot charge over to you. This guy will get this guy. He's fine. We will move. Well, first we'll strength. Perfect. That means I also heal more. We are going to heal you. And then we're going to buff him up before he goes on his trip. Have a nice trip, honey. Oh, he's going to do that. What the? Oh, right. I forgot that he... Oh. I forgot that he's there. I'm gonna be real. Hey, how you doing? I'm gonna piercing shot you. And then GT. Shadow step. Behind over here. And then... Hey guys, how are you doing? This is what I'm gonna do. Actually, here's the thing. If I get this right, these guys do this guy does 3 damage to me. So, it's a bit of a gamble. You know what? We gambling, boys! Yeah, never punish, let's go! Hee, they can't even get to me. And then he's going to charge, but there's nowhere to go. And then the spider is going to take care of them. Pop. The spiders are brutal. Guys, the spiders are terrifying. You mean there's a spider in the caves? Are you kidding me? The spiders kill things and they just keep making more spiders. It's wild. Tower defense. When an enemy comes within 1 range, shoot them for 1 damage. That's funny. Tricky traps. Damage and effects from your traps are doubled. Making my spike traps do 16 damage is fucking nutso. The thing is they have to enter it. So I need like some... It seems they're very smart of not like making sure they're not going to be able to be backstabbed. They're not going to willingly walk on the trap. Gain +1 range and damage at the start of each turn. You lose this when you move. Interesting. He moves a lot, though. I need to move him a lot. What I could do then is just do the take aim thing and then just sit there and it slowly builds over time. And then as long as I'm not moving, I'm just going to get more and more range and more ability. Because at one range, it also means I'm going to be able to put down spike traps more. Like, that's actually pretty good. Plus, the plus range, as long as my allies are there, I'm going to be able to hit them anyway without moving. So let's do take aim. Hell yeah. Alright, Sherry finds a large pipe that is clogged with debris and waste. None of these are really great. I guess we bash. Sherry smashes her way through the sludge trying to clear the clogged pipe, but only ends up covered in disgusting refuse. Sherry got the common cold. Oh no. What does that mean? What are you? You got the common cold. What does that mean? Start each battle with all stats down. 30% chance of recovering at the end of each round. Contagious? What is this, COVID? Oh, we got poop. It wouldn't be a Macmillan game without an actual living poop. Honestly, with it being contagious, I think I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try to get behind this pile. I'm gonna do this. Oh, what? Oh, frick me. Are you serious? Can I, like... Well, I'm ending my turn here. It's nice to know the enemies also forgot about it. Oh, he wasn't able to do... Are you serious? He could have backflipped in any other direction and he would have been fine, but he jumped back into the trap. Hey, Foxy, welcome back. Oi. Alright, let's see here. Sure. Is this a water leech? It looks like it. Okay. Good. Glad. Swell. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and do Brainstorm. Then we're gonna go ahead and do a little bit of that. And okay. Tentative on the 2026 bingo, right? Okay, alright. We're gonna go ahead and just boop. He's down for the count. Water tile, harpoons that in the movie. Yeah. Honestly, I think holding off. This doesn't seem like one of those things that we do. Ooh, ow. That's unfortunate. Okay. I think we're gonna move here. Dash into him. And what did he get up? Speed up. Excellent, honestly. And honestly, you get a little more pat on the back. There you go. Little bit of grip trainer there too. I forgot. Oh, that's why we like the helmet. Ow. Yep, and there's the double hit there. It's nice to note that they're not on the same team, you know what I mean? I literally can't move. Oh, I might be able to move this way. But any other direction I could possibly move, I could potentially do lightning damage and hurt himself. So what we're gonna do... I wanted this guy to take care of him. But here we are. I can't move here. We're gonna go ahead. Oh, can I do this? Perfect. Hey, F you. Move slightly up. Now I'm going to decrease my thing. Yep, see, I knew it. I knew it was gonna do lightning to everything. And then I'm gonna inspire you. And then I'm gonna also inspire, can I inspire himself? Nope. I can inspire you. You know what? I'm gonna inspire you again, because you know what? Why not? All right. So now I can't move. Can I like? Eventually, we'll be able to go that way, I guess. I can't do anything for this guy because I don't want to move. Can I hiss? Nope, he's too far for a hissing and too close for that. Okay. You know what? We have him. Why not? Go. And then I'm just gonna do this. That's fine. Go forth. Go forth, my spiders. Yep. Oh, okay. That actually helped him. That's actually kind of crazy. So then we're gonna do another charge here. Another heal. Get you back up. He's really had a wild character arc. And then he's gonna go and just do that. Perfect. Boom. The spider's doing this job. What's he doing that's giving him, like... Ow. What? That's crazy. That was great tech. Alright, and now, again, I can't... Okay, you know what? We're gonna go over here. Ooh, can I, like, go that way? Nope. Oh, I can't go that way because that's in the way! The harpoons! The harpoons are crazy! Can I, like... turn this into rock? I can turn that into rock. That's nice. That doesn't do anything. I'm gonna inspire you. I get... Oh, well, first... Ooh. We're in water. I can easily die. Man. Can I, like... Does this count? No, Look at it. Oh, right. Oh, we're immune to electric damage. That's right. Send it away anyway. And then let's go ahead and do another inspire. Another inspire. And then we're just going to go ahead and just knock that out so that that's there. Okay. Oh, there he is. I was wondering. Okay, cool. We can actually do something about him. Amazingly. Slowly but surely we're getting more damage at the start of each turn. Oh. It's not is it not increasing it even more? We're gonna see next time. I thought it would be +1 and then +2 and then +3. Like it would slowly gain more traction. So we're like at this point. Let's see if it goes any further. We're gonna go ahead and just put a trap here. He. And then intern. Oh, mother. I thought that one was dead. Okay, so that's 2 people down. All right, y'all got that one down there, right? Okay, cool. What we're gonna do, honestly, this may heal him. I'm gonna be upset, but I'm gonna do it. Yep, it did, and it gave him no damage up. And I didn't do enough damage. I could have done enough damage if I did that. I'm bad at this game. I'm bad at this game, dude. Oh my gosh. Oh, the spiders. They're cleaning up. Okay, it is 1 every time. Oh, thank God. Okay, cool. It is how I think it is. Alright, get rid of that! And then now we wait. We wait. Okay. Move. What we're gonna do is that we're gonna... well, I don't guess it won't matter all that much. Because if we do this and charge, it'll get us there faster, but like not by much. So we're gonna go over here. Is there a poop? Yeah, just the poop. Okay, good. So we're just gonna go here to here, and then do grip trainer, and then do nothing. Hell yeah. The mini-me, by the way, was the fucking call. It's so good. Okay, the mini-me will take care of that one. Almost. We're 2 more for that. That one is also, I think, growing. I'm not 100% sure. We could also just move forward. No, we're gonna wait. We're gonna be able to attack them once we get people near us. Perfect. Grip strength training. Hey, how you doing? I'm here gonna. This is gonna hurt a lot. Told you. And then we are gonna go ahead and charge into this one to get the money, and we're gonna need this poo. Take this, weakness, poo. And then bop. I don't think he has the common cold anymore, but he also might be afraid of death. So, you know. Tomato, tomato. Ooh, stat up. His luck is down because he's jinxed because he got downed. Honestly, charisma, getting that, because he has 4 intelligence off the rip. Being able to do the spike trap off the rip would go so hard. Yeah. So we'll do that. He's gonna be charismatic. He's already so charismatic. They're cats. Feathered necklace. All right. Well, what does that do? Do I fly now? Dodge chance. Yeah, let's put you on here. He is going nutso. Sky darkens the clouds and raindrops drizzle down, forming a small puddles on the ground and wetting the cat's off fur. Okay, it's now raining again. Good to know. Oh boy, Flushmaster. And it's raining. Okay. Oh boy. Right. It is raining. And he makes water. And your boy sends out electric shocks everywhere. We do still have the pickaxe, so that's still happening. So I guess we'll just go over here. Yeah, we'll just do here. And then we'll just intern. This one, again, is just kind of like a wait and see kind of deal. Oh, God. Because he's going to be flushing things in the directions he's facing, the traps could be very problematic. It's anti-trap. No! Alright, move. I want him to kind of like be over here. And then we're just gonna boop. And then can't really do anything else. Oh, I do have this, but I can't go do anything with it right now. Is there any? Oh, you are so low. Oh boy. Okay. Well, perfect. Hey man, how you doing? Oh, you're also super low. Maybe our little mini me will be able to. Oh, got to do our grip strength. There you go. Lift your butt. Go on. Go on, King. Perfect. All right. Oh, there's the push. Okay. Oh, okay. So now he's gonna go. We're gonna go right. We're gonna go out that way. Oh, perfect. His back is to me. Oh, joy. In that case, boop. Perfect. And we're gonna go ahead and magical burst him. There's the 10, and then there's the extra bit. Now I'm just healing. here's the question. Should I you know what? Let's do it. YOLO. Do it again. Yeah, I got some extra healing. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Now, ooh, and then because he's nearby, I can't do the spike trap. That's unfortunate. But, whee! Boom! Go! My egg sacs! Oh, that's so many. That's so many spiders. Yeah, we'll see if this one continues to increase as well. If it's not just this one, I don't think it was. I don't think it is. I think it's just the lob shot. +1 range and damage at the start of each turn. We will see. So right now I can only go here and here and here, like pretty much 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maximum looks like. So it just keep an eye out on that. There we go. Those little spiders. If he's see-through, do we see the spiders? No, unfortunate. Hell yeah. Go forth, my spiders. They do so much, dude. Okay, so we're gonna go that way. So if we're gonna go that way, I only really want to move up 1 so I don't hit. We're gonna decrease our cost. We're gonna inspire our boy here, and then inspire our boy here. And there's nothing we can really do about it. Besides maybe do this. And then... Can I, like, do this? Nothing. Okay. Alright, first things first, grip trainer. Okay, they're all pretty good. I think we're gonna go ahead and do that there, so you're good to go. I think this here, and then we're actually gonna I'm actually gonna destroy this. Can I not? Yeah, I'm gonna destroy that. Or not. I'm not. I guess I'll just mess around with it like a cat. Why is he immobile? And then there's the flush. Oh, we just kept going. Okay. Good to know. I did not think... I thought this was going to stop, but I guess the pipes you're able to stop, but that you're not able to. So, okay. Hey, man, how you doing? I'm going to go ahead and do this little cheeky thing again. Ba-bow! And then I'm just going to, just real quick, I probably should have done this first because it actually gives me a damage buff. Ba-bow! And then next turn, keep an eye out from your behind, sir, because I'm sweetie coming for said booty. But not just that, but I'm also going to flip this coin and hurt myself. You're welcome. I was doing too much for you. Yeah, this did not increase. And in fact, this reset. Hey, Ludo, welcome back. How you doing? We're going to go ahead and we're going to be pushed back. So we're going to go here. Yeah, I lost the aim. But here, what about that then? Boom! And yeah, the spike traps will only hurt me. There's nothing else here. So we are going to move. I kind of want to see... Ooh. Again, my guy isn't really doing anything. That still isn't high enough, and that's just going to increase the damage I'm going to take when I go that way. So I'm just going to go ahead and do Insight to get my thing even lower. And then we're going to get some guy. Baked and now drawing. Hell, oh, awesome. I've been enjoying the hell out of this game. It's been a lot of fun. And then now we're going to move here so we don't take a whole lot of damage. And nothing. So now we're going to do Grip Trainer. Move up here to give him a cheeky, just a kind of like a little bit of a support. I thought I had enough for this. I didn't. I was off by 1. That's fine. Hey, we're about to get hit by that real hard mini cake. I'm gonna be real with you. Oh, you're giving me a buff. Oh, You shouldn't have. We're fine. See, we're good. Oh, he's just taking it. Okay. Well, in that case, we're gonna go ahead and just end this right now. Boop. Oh, a little more. Okay. There you go. Oh, there's poop. Sorry, little spiders. We got him! We're somehow doing really well. I did not think we were going to. Burgle. Your basic attack gains you 1 coin when it deals damage. 1 coin's like, okay. It's alright. Cripple. Your critical hits inflict immobilize and weakness too. Ooh. That's good. Finish Cult of the Lamb? Not quite. I think we had like a couple other just like random stuff that we needed to kind of take care of, but I'm not feeling a necessary need of like rushing to try to finish that off. If there's a lot of pushback in order to try to finish that off, then I will. But like for now, it's we'll see. We'll see. When you damage an ally, no, inflict poison on units that contact you. Let's do cripple. All right, let's see. What do we got in here? Well, we need rare candy. That's what's happening. Okay, Cake leveled up. Perfect. And I'm guessing when Cake levels up, so does the mini-me. So we want... we need speed. We need speed. Goobler. Sorry, Gobbler. There's 2 B's, not 2 O's. Units that contact you are knocked back 2 tiles. Interesting. Fecal necklace. Fecal necklace is poisonous 1. That's pretty good. So AKA you do poison damage. That's not bad. Things that hit you are knocked back 2. The closest thing that I would want that is on the thief, but I don't also want that. So I think the fecal necklace. Should we be greedy with it? I think we kind of should be greedy with it. Backstabs heal me by 2 versus poison. Inflict poison to units that contact you. There we go. In that case, we'll just do this. Perfect. Isn't that great, Cake? And the Cake's like, what the fuck? I know we were saying like, hey, this is I don't think this is around. We're going hard. We're gonna make this wild. Wild and crazy and crazy and wild. Alright, Gassy. Farts inflict poison 3. Farts and projects itself forward when damaged. The problem with Gassy is that backstabbing is a problem. So what is going to happen here is this does melee attack that deals damage equal half. You run it up, inflicts weakness, it gives you +1. Okay, so this is what I think is going to happen. I'm gonna do this. Go here. How much do you have? Don't you have like a crazy amount? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can get to me. All these poops are going to be able to get to me. There's also this dove that is crazy good. Honestly, we're going to get the dove first. Okay, we got the dove. Crit, let's see. We could do nothing. We're doing nothing. We are doing absolutely nothing, and we're just gonna end our turn. We have some. Who got poisoned for no reason? Oh, right. Oh, don't worry, we dodged the poop. Don't worry, we used our backflips to dodge literal just poop, and then you're gonna hit me. Oh, you're gonna fart on me. Oh, excuse me. My bad. Okay. So right now, ooh, this is what I can do. I'm actually going to put the trap here. And then I'm going to hit him, and he's going to go into the trap. Hell yeah. You know what? Just cuz. I choose you, spider! Only one spider. That's okay. Oh, 2 spider. I didn't see him. He was hidden. Go in, poop! Alright, this is what we're gonna want. So you actually... There's a lot of problems here. Can I move here? Perfect. He's just gonna get hit every time. Which is a problem. And there's really no way for him to get out of the situation. He's gonna get hit up there. So I think what's gonna end up happening is I'm gonna go over here. I'm going to grip trainer. I'm gonna charge and heal him. Then I'm gonna also heal him again to get more of that poison off. End my turn. He's gonna get smacked. Yep. I literally... Oh, I can move. Oh, thank God. Alright, good. Alright, I'm gonna move over here. Perfect. I probably should have done it a little different. But that's okay. I'm gonna go ahead and fireball his ass. The one time I want fire to actually work. He's just farting into a wall. Don't mind him. Blocked because he has the helmet that makes it so he can't be attacked in the... Oh. Just smacks him. He's like, ew. Alright, now... What do we got? We got... He moves forward. Does he move all the way forward? Let's find out. Gotcha. So we're gonna shadow step here, and now he literally can't go anywhere. And then we are just gonna stab him a lot. We're gonna keep stabbing him a lot. We're gonna keep stabbing him a lot. Oh no! I forgot that he's still taking... Oh right, they're taking the things. Oh. Really? Spiders, get him! Oh, he needs some. He needs some milk! That's gonna release the spiders. That's gonna push him towards me. So I think I'm going to move actually here. I know I'm gonna lose my take aim bonus, but you know what? I think that's okay. I'm gonna do that. That's gonna pop the spider. I'm gonna do this here. Of course it misses. It's a 70% chance to miss? Oh, it is. I thought it was to hit. I'm going to move... Where's our boy? Roy's our boy! Roy's our... Okay, you need health, you need health. He desperately needs help. We are just short. We need to raise his intelligence just a little bit, too. I didn't realize it was going to be so low. Let's go over here. We're gonna give him a little bit of a massage. And then heal him up. There's the spider. Spider goes down that way. We're gonna move him. That's the thing too. If I move him here, I can then... I'm just gonna get farted on a lot. Drawing for almost 4 hours is already losing. Right? I wish I could make him move, but that's not the case. Let's see. He is going... Oh, does he get a second hit? Why does he get a second go? Huh. Okay. Interesting. I'm gonna say, well, he's topped off. I'm gonna say, I can't even hit him with 7. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go here. We're gonna kill him so we're not even get poisoned. So we're gonna brainstorm. Then we're gonna melee. And then I'm gonna hit you. Perfect. Where's the other? Oh, he's way over there. Hey, I'll inspire you. In fact, I'll inspire you too. I wish I could inspire him. I'll inspire you again. Oh. No, heal our boy! He's gonna oh, thank God. Ooh. Alright. Shadow step. Time to backstab a piece of poop. And then another backstab piece of poop. Oh. Oh, thank God. What did we get? We got... Ooh, it's dark in here. It's getting late. Ooh. Yeah, but this is a very fun game, so I want to keep playing. Let's see here. You... Honestly, we have the crits with Immobilize. I say luck. I say luck, and then we just do crit. And just make him super lucky. Okay, what do we get, though? Use a melee attack with a 5% chance to stun. Automatically use this when you stop next to an enemy or an enemy stops next to you. Oh. That would be really good, but the GT is so good. Inflicts weakness 1 and gives you a +1 strength and a +1 HP on hit. Gain 5 for the rest of the battle. It's fine. If you end your turn without dealing damage, +1. Ooh. That's definitely better than that. Chance to stun. It's a melee attack, so it's gotta be this boy. Being able to automatically use it when you stop next to him. It's a 5%, only a 5%. There's been some times where Blackjack needed it, but the mining tool is so good. Okay, this one we'll keep an eye on it. We'll keep an eye on it. A box or an item. I think both are items, I guess. Champion's Mask. What is that? Gain 3 armor, gain 1 like charisma until the end of the battle each time you kill a unit. Oh. So instead of slimy. To be able to catch projectiles, though, is so good. And being able to immobilize the enemy so you can get around them. But this one, I mean, getting charisma, getting your max mana. Let's do that here. Let's give it to him because he needs some starting mana and stuff like that going. Plus, it gives 3 armor. Actually, should we give it to you? No, he needs intelligence, and boy, does he have a concussion. All right, what do we got? Sherry finds a strange vibrating meteor. We can take it, but we ignore it. Fears the strange power and leaves well enough alone. There was a chance for that to fail. That was a success found. Oh, what are you? Fetus. Oh, should have known. Ranged attacker can drink water to heal. Got you. All right. So we're gonna shadow step. I wish we could shadow step behind them. Well, honestly, giving him a little bit more of that would be. Oh, we could do this and then do a piercing shot. Let's do there. Piercing shot. Excellent. That gives them weakness and cannot move. Oh, if critting makes it so that they can't move, then there's no point with the one being smacked, right? Go ahead and do the Jite. That's more weakness. Oh, he's strong. If I do this again, is it worth? It's not worth. This early, having my health. Uh-oh. Okay, so he healed up. Hey, man, how you doing? Backflip. All right, everyone is healed up. Well, you're not healed up. So let's go ahead and grip trainer. I think you just need. Let's top you off with some extra stuff too, and then we are gonna actually go up here, and then boop. Done. Lovely. Now that would take care of that one real easy. That one, getting one unit off the map is smart. Let's try your luck. Hey, that heavy one is not worth it. It's not worth it, guys. Ooh, I can't. Ooh, they're all in water. I think the first thing I'm going to do is step away from the water. I want to. So again, here it is. Every single time I cast an ability, I do an AoE like thing that like could be ice, it could be lightning, it could be whatever. And if I do lightning, everything gets shocked, including my own guys. So casting spells is a bit of a problem. I guess what I could do is move down here and then do that. That's no point for that one. And then nothing. I just decreased the cost. Oop. Okay. He's healing up. Okay. And then oh. He just punches him in the face and then trains just like his big old dad. Gives him some weakness. He healed up a little bit. Oh, yeah, the counter attack from the anti thing. So good. Hell yeah, dude. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and shadow step. We're gonna shadow step behind this dude. Knock him out. Hee hee ho ho. Oh. Oh, that's unfortunate. Sorry, little one. We're actually going to go ahead and plan on teleporting him back that way. There's really... Oh, we could do this, maybe? Will this do the thing? Oh, I was wondering if it was going to give me the buffs. All right. First grip. Then we're going to go behind here. Hey, man, how you doing? What are you doing to my son? Goodbye. I'm going to go ahead and weaken you a little bit. In turn. Is he going to heal up? Yeah, he's going to heal up. All right, well, he's going to take care of this one. So what we're going to do is we're going to just shoot you in the face. Boom. Lovely. Spike trap. I wonder if this is even worth it because he has so many ways to get out. We're gonna gamba 30%. Let's go. I think what I will do is I'm gonna brainstorm and then give him the extra energy and then them the extra energy. They're gonna go and then smack. Oh, you dumbass. Zoop, zoop. All right, well, I'm just gonna shadow step over here and then I'm just gonna boop. 14. We're getting into places. The mage is still causing problems. But oh, okay. We're here to fix said problems, at least somewhat. His health is fucking abysmal. He has 2 constitution. I am thinking more than anything else. If anything, I would have also done his speed, but we need to get that health up. All right, what is this? Inflict bruise on units that contact you. Honestly, I'm fine with what I have. Well, you. No, I mean, ooh, I'm at -1 movement for something for that I'm not wanting to move in the first place. That's not bad. I guess it depends what contact is. If it's a if it also happens, I have a feeling it doesn't happen for melee. Let's give this one just that in case something comes near it. Doing 4 damage off the rip is kind of negligible, in my opinion. Let's see if it works. We'll see. This is a testing to see if contact is. Oh God. Oh, why did it have to be these two with this guy? This is the only option. Finds a well-used toilet. Who knows we can work with it? All right, I'm gonna use the toilet with my newfound strength. Tries hard, ends up hurting himself. He took 3 damage. Why did it give it to the one guy, the weakest, most least constitutional character? The only option for that. Okay, let's see. We want Shadow Step. First I'm gonna stalk. Shadow Step. Okay, so now he's immobile. And then perfect. Honestly, we're not backstabbing it yet, so once we can backstab it, then I will do Bloody Coin when I backstab it. He's immobile. Perfect. This song, dude. Let's do some our gripper. We need to do that. Then we want I want to be able to damage. I think instead what I will do. Oh, I can't even go that way, unfortunately. 4 mana when let's do this. Weakness. Okay. Then we're gonna do this. Cool. More weakness. Perfect. No one's in the water. Perfect. In that case, we're gonna do this. We are going to. Let's see if this works. Okay, it didn't work the way I thought it did. Okay, take aim. So let's do this. Perfect. Okay, did not stun. Okay, 14. Then so what I could have done is gone backwards, trapped, and then hit him, and then he would have gone into the trap. So I think that's exactly what I'm gonna do, at least here. How did I miss a giant guy like that? Oh, there goes our mage. Okay. Okay. Gone back to weakness. Okay. Perfect. So, first things first. Let's crit him. Or not. Okay, he's immobile. Perfect. We're gonna go ahead and boop. Lovely. We're gonna hit him with this. No, we're gonna hit him with this for the next time. Then we're gonna flip. Perfect. Perfect. He's no longer immobile. Now, how's everyone's health? He got effed. Let's heal you up. Get some buff that way. Oh, I was gonna do open wounds. Okay, that's fine. F you. Backflip, lovely. These guys are kind of in the way, unfortunately. Can I put that down? Okay, no. I was just gonna see. Let's go ahead and this one has another backflip, so it's gonna be fine. That's a good crit. Immobile, perfect. If it's immobile, it can definitely not miss, right? Okay. Oh, perfect. Lovely. I'm just gonna go ahead and heal them. Okay, so they need to be healed. Unfortunately. Let's go ahead and hopefully immobilize it, or hopefully credit for the immobilization. Let's come on, crit. Nope. That did it though. We're gonna stalk it again. Shadow step behind it. That critted it. Oh, it won't move for 2 turns. Excellent. There we go. We're gonna flip it for. Come on. Oh, that's fine. Let's see. Can I I would like to get around this mother. Let's do this instead. We're gonna go ahead and just rip him open. There we go. And then he's gonna be fine. Look at him, he's fine. Look at him, that's really good. We're good to go. Okay. Now, cleanse. Remove all debuffs from units in an area. That's really good. Born again. Revive a body to 100 HP and give it all stats up. Then you fall asleep. Friend or foe. A ranged spell that heals allies and damages enemies. CPR. Revive an adjacent enemy. Or not enemy. Crazy if enemy. It's like you turn them into a friendly. Revive an adjacent body to 1 HP. I feel like I would rather have Born Again than CPR. Oh, CPR. Okay, Born Again is for cleric. CPR could be anybody. Heals enemies and damages heals allies, damages enemies. Move debuffs in an area. I'm thinking revive a body. Because being able to just do that, it'd be like, cool, you're back. Like, get that wizard up. Plus, with Mini-Me can raise Big Me again. And then you fall asleep. And just because he falls asleep doesn't mean... Right? Okay, what do we got? What do we got? We got more Clover. D-roll. You can re-roll your options when you level up. Sure. Honestly, give this to him. He needs so much help. Oh god, I kind of don't want to go to the caves, but we're going to the caves! Oh. Alright. Battle start. Alright, we got some spiders. Spider kitten. Will wed units, then drain their HP immune to webs. Okay, so these webs. Tangles when it catches, interrupts movement. What about this? That's nothing. Okay, so let's go ahead. Oh my god, what are you? Albino Tom Tom. Its wide melee attacks have knockback too. Okay, we want this guy, so let's plan on going after him after. I kind of want, so we'll just do a little bit of boop. There's the crit. Lovely. So that's gone. In turn, that he'll move over. Haha, backflip. F you. Grip trainer. Lovely. Oh, you need some milk. And then some health there. Let's go ahead and kind of get somewhat in the front here. This one, I don't really... I guess he's just going to stay. What I will do, though, is that I'm going to set a trap here. So he's not going to be able to, like, go by easily. There's another backflip. Hee hee hee. Ho ho. And then he's going to get hit by this one. Alright. What are you going to do there? Oh, thank you. Oh, anything else? Okay, you're just gonna do grip straight. All right. Like father, like son. Ow. Oh, right. That's right, because an extra basic attack that is saved across turns. Oh, right, he caught it. That's what that was. Let's move slightly to the right, and then brainstorm. Hee hee. Oh. You can re-roll your options when you level up. Can I, like, do anything right now? It does nothing right now. Can I do, like, this? Nothing. Okay. Just checking. And then, do they have extra turns at the end? Do these all have extra turns? I'm just analyzing the fact is like, oh yeah, these guys move twice. Oh boy. All right. All right. Yeah. Let's break 3. We need 10, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and move. Oh boy, there's a lot of stuff here. We're gonna move forward here. Oh gosh, we're also gonna. We'll slowly work our way up for him. Okay. Did one of them get hit by the trap? Am I understanding that correctly? Is that why he was at 7? Oh boy. Let's do. Shouldn't have done it that way, but all right, come on 30, let's go. All right, you're gonna get hit by that. That's unfortunate. You wide attacks that do how much damage? 5. I do want to give people stuff. Let's do that. Okay, so that's happening. Let's go ahead and get that broken free and move. Let's go ahead and do a couple more of these. We're gonna want some of you to have that, and then you to have some as well. And then there we go. There's the wide. Oh, that knockback is wild. And then he's going to give it some weakness. And then he moves again. Damn. Oh, it pulls himself out with the water. That's smart. Okay. Take aim. Okay, he still has 3. So, okay. Let's see here. We're going to do that. We are going to do these guys. We'll see. I am tempted to make it very awkward for them to get to me. So I'm tempted to do, if we do 6 here, or we can try to do 16. All right, we got this. Damn it. I got greedy. Let's move, actually, to here. I lost the bonus aim, but it's worth not getting hit. Okay, go ahead and raise him up. So he's back in action now. Oh, right, he falls asleep. I should have done everything else. Damn it. It's fine. It's not fine, but, you know, we say it's fine. We can't hit either one right here. I think what we're going to do is we're going to do that. Boom. Boom. Go ahead and give this guy some extra stuff, and then this guy some extra stuff. Okay, what are you gonna do for me? You're gonna heal him. Anything else? You're gonna heal him again? Oh, you're gonna give him a buff. Okay, that's fine. Hey, how are you doing? You're not gonna ow. Hey, you're not gonna ow. Okay. Actually, that's not that bad. That wasn't terrible. For everything that could have and did go wrong. How long are you asleep? For 4 turns? Ooh. Being attacked has a chance to wake you up. Oh. Okay, good to know. Okay, Shadow Step. Hey man, how you doing? I'm gonna give you a little bit of a checkup here. Boom. You can't move now, and then that's a backstab, and then you know what? Oh, that's you know what? This is the last guy, right? So we're just gonna go ahead and just do this little one hit. Boom. There we go. He's still having a cat nap, but you know what? He did a good job. He resurrected from the dead. That checks out. All right, Tabby leveled up. Okay, Frost Blast shoots a blast of ice in a line that freezes the first unit it hits. Teleport to a random tile or replicate. The next spell you cast is cast twice. If I have the decreasing spell and I do replicate, does that replicate it? Do I replicate twice? And I can just keep replicating so it just hits 4 times? That would be really funny if that's the case. Try to blast ice and line that freezes the first unit hits. Spawn water and tiles everywhere around yourself. Let's re-roll. I want to see what other options he might have. Deal with the devil. Injure yourself, then restore 15 mana. Ooh. Okay. Deal high damage in a cone. Mega Blast. We do have the decreasing Ice Surge, an ice spell that increases its range and slow every turn. At 2 turns, it gains Immobilize 1. At 3 turns, it gives Freeze 1. Lightning Bolt that has a 25% chance to stun. I do kind of like Mega Blast, especially with our ability to just be like, okay, cool, I'm brainstorming and then inspiring and then, you know, just getting everyone else stuff. And then eventually I'll just be able to just spam Mega Blast. Just do like a crap, he's a late game. He's like, guys, I'm charging. Yeah, let's do Mega Blast. Why not? What does this rock do though? A lobbed attack. Does anyone else not have a weapon? Honestly, let's switch that with that. You now have a ranged rock. Congratulations. Oh, Ghastly Finger of Death himself appears before Sherry. Do you think that you so brazenly ignore me? I've seen you cheat death far too many times, to be fair. And now I have come to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Your soul. Alright, we run. Bye! He's still rambling on to intimidating monologue. Sherry slips away. Where did that little brat off go? You think you can escape me? I'll be back. Yeah, I'm like, okay, bye. I'm not sticking around. Oh my god. Hey, Mega Fetus. Performs a spin attack. Will try to counterattack with its left arm when hit. Okay, so I need attack down here. And then you, infinite ranged magic attacker, will counter a spell once per turn. If it starts its turn with its counterspell still available, it absorbs it for a buff. Oh my god. Hey, yeah, that's a problem. That one's that one. I can't even get to that one. So we're gonna stalk that one. We're gonna shadow step here. Hope for a crit. Didn't get it. Hope for, well, there's the crit. Is it sleeping? Or is it just breathing heavy? How much damage does it do? 5? We're not risking a coin flip for that. Alright, first things first, Grip Trainer. Anyone low? Everyone seems to be topped off. That gives HP. We could... Now what I could do is like charge that way and then move up. And then just starts... Well, he counterattacks for the left. And then let us... I'm thinking... This is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we back this guy up. We can't move that way yet. So, can we move... I was gonna say, I guess we're gonna move here. Charge into you. Give you a buff. And a lick. Ow. Well, okay, that's not crazy amount of damage. Luckily, he's not going to counterattack with his right hand there. There. Oh, okay, so it's there. That's fine. Okay. He doesn't need to move, but okay, we're just going to keep that there for now. And then you, we're going to move you here. Then we're going to boop. Countered. So he's going to be able to... Oh, so... Okay, gotcha. In that case, from now on, I'm going to Inspire first and then Brainstorm. Take this. Or what you going to do, little guy? Oh, okay. Hey, oh, right. They spin. Okay. Oh! Okay, well that works. Hey, how are you doing? Can I get behind you? I can't. You're literally in the corner. Okay, well, I'm just going to do this, and it's going to crit. No, it's not. Then I'm going to do this, and then it's going to crit. No, it's not. And then I'm going to do this, and I'm going to teleport down that way, and then I'm going to end my turn.
Good story. Good job, Idealist. You're such a storyteller.
Go back here. He is gonna miss anyway, so we're just gonna go right over here, and we're going to open its butthole, and there we go. That's all it takes. That's all you need. Take aim. I can't do anything with that. What I can do? Nope, I can't even do that. Wow, lovely. You just you know what? We're just gonna do this. Yeah, I lost it, but now I can at least I can hit the guy. And then now I can also do this. So if you just... Oh, I can also do this too. Go for it. Why not? 30% hit. Hits every time. Let's go. Oh, I wonder what would have happened if I put that there and then he slammed down. I wonder if it would have worked. Oh, does this work? Let's see. F you. That's funny. Oh, damn. Did you see this dude? Fucking balanced on the bow. Good on him. Ooh, okay, needle shot. Shoot a needle that deals damage, gives thorns, and ignores shields. Deals damage to units that contact you. Gives thorns. Interesting. So I can give something thorns. Summon brambles. Brambles is similar to traps. Shoot 4 projectiles in an X shape. Interchange. Exchange your movement action for an additional... Oh, interchange is so good. We don't want to move. We just don't move, and then we just switch it around. So then we just attack twice. Oh, yeah, that's it. There we go. That's how you, that's called synergy, baby. Gain 12 mana. I like the reroll on that one. 12 mana, honestly, on him, might be pretty good. All right. All right, what do we got? Rock necklace. Rock necklace. Rock necklace. What was this for? Instead of camouflage, honestly, he's not moving around. Rock necklace works here. Your basic attack has +1 knockback. Gain coins when this breaks. Hell yeah. Let's go. What do you got for me? Death appears again for Sherry. Ha! I've caught you again. Your days of cheating me for what is rightfully mine has come to an end. Give me your soul. Run. Damn it! How did I let that cat slip by me again? It's so rude. She won't even let me finish what I have to say. Oh, infested fluffers, big slime. Let's go. Okay, we got another bird. So what do we got here? Melee attacker splits into 4 medium slimes on death. Got you. It's classic slime shenaniganery. All right, we're gonna go ahead and boop, and then we're gonna out, and then we're gonna take that. Take this. We could do. Oh, let's do a little stalk there. In turn. Oh, his movement is big. What about healing? Y'all's healing seemed to be fine. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and give you a little bit of a buff. I'm gonna grip trainer, and then I'm gonna move over here, ready for things to go on. Here's just like a pick me up. There you go. There you go, my guy. Okay, you literally did nothing, but okay. Let's see. We want to move slightly down here. Doing it this way, well, then I can actually land a hit. But we're actually going to do this for now. Brainstorm. And then nothing. Oh, and then I'm actually going to turn this into, like, regular rock. Hey. Oh. He's like, stop it. Stop it. Alright, then we go ahead and boop. And then we switch that around for another boop. That's really funny. Pushing him away might mess me up, but I think we could do something with it. Oh, that was a hell of a teleport. Good job, Idealist. Boop. And then boop. And then honestly, yeah. Boop. Yeah, this is worth. Oh. There we go. You're so honestly, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go down. We're gonna go over here. We're gonna hide behind the healers. What we're gonna do though, we're gonna go ahead and grip trainer here, and then we're gonna move here, and then see what happens when it pops. Okay, that's not terrible. 0 attack deals more damage. I should have just done open wounds instead, but it's fine. Why did he, oh, is he just hiding behind it? And boop. And boop. And boop. Blocked, boom. Oh gosh, that counter is so good, dude. Honestly, I think I'm actually gonna brainstorm here first. Let them get hit by that AoE, whatever. See, burned and frozen. That this game is like a game I played before, minus roguelike, called Triangle Strategy. Interesting. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give this guy a little bit of a bump. I'm gonna give this guy a little bit of bump. And then I'm actually gonna go ahead and just kill you. And then move you over here. Uh-oh, I didn't see him. I literally didn't see him. I'm just gonna mine you in the face. Anyway. Let's see here. Let's do a cheeky trap here. Let's pop it. The trap goes off. Perfect. Oh, I don't have enough for that. That's fine. That just stays there. That's fine. Boom. Nothing. Nothing. That's a good backflip. Good backflip. That one damage would have really mattered. Just being like, you what? Let's go ahead and do a nice cheeky backstab here. Hi, how are you doing? Boom. And then do a little boop. Oh, I thought that would have been an... Okay, that's fine. Honestly... I don't want to do that. Let's see here. Honestly... I mean, they're a little hurt, but they're not... It's not crazy. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and hit that. We're gonna move, straighten up, heal you up a bit, give you a little bit of a damage boost. In fact, give you a second damage boost. You know what? You do 2 damage? No, you don't. You're weak now. You do 1 damage, because F you. The guy's just like, I did it! I'm good at my job! Alright, and now what we're actually gonna do, funny enough, is that we're gonna move here, and then I'm gonna inspire everybody. I'm gonna inspire you. I'm gonna inspire you. I'm gonna inspire you. I'm gonna inspire you again. I'm gonna inspire you again. I'm gonna inspire you again. And I'm gonna... Okay, we're done with that. And we're gonna... you know what? I'm gonna do that like a couple more times. I'm just gonna go between y'all, just cause. And then I'm gonna blow up this bird. And then nothing. Let's see. We want... Ooh, let's do another one of these. Do we have enough? We don't have enough for that. It's fine. Let's... Boom. And then... Switch it around. Boom. That's fine. And then rock that one. He's like, ow! Why? Blocked. Immediate counterattack. Love it. I love the immediate counterattacks, dude. It's so good. Blocked. Boom. Miss. And then boom. And then you're gonna try to get the count. Oh no! You're just coming from the side. You're gonna try to get a counterattack from behind. Get blocked. Hit immediately. It's one of my favorite items now. Gotta say. All right. First, I'm gonna go ahead and get a little bit of a buff by doing that, and then I'm gonna go ahead and kill you with that. And then I'm gonna go over here, and then I'm actually gonna do a piercing shot, both of you, and then I'm gonna do it again. And then I guess I'll just go over here next time, but everyone's gonna be dead by the time that happens. So we're just gonna... Does anyone else need healing? I mean, you kind of do. Let's go ahead and go here to get a scent. Get some healing there. You heal every time, I believe. Let's go ahead and empower you up. Here you go, fam. I got you. Oh, I can't move because I healed him. That's really funny. He's getting so buffed. Hello. Anyway, goodbye. This is a fun-ass game, dude. In case you haven't noticed that I've been streaming for 6 hours and I'm still just, like, La 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 la. This is super fun. La 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 la. Gain 1 damage, 1 range, and 1 plus range until the end of battle. Interesting. Sneak up, teleport directly behind a random enemy. I mean, that's kind of stock, but better. Oh, a random enemy. That's also kind of funny. Wind up, +1 range for the rest of the turn. I am surprised that you're still here. It's nice you're having a good time. Yeah! Hopefully y'all are also having a good time. Refresh your movement action. Let's do a sneak up. Alright. A bomb and what looks like cologne. Throw a bomb that explodes. Oh. Okay, well, I mean... Shit, say less. Revive an adjacent unit at 1 HP. Automatically use on yourself on the ground if you are downed. Honestly... Smelling salts on our boy here. He do have his moments. Oh, the bomb is just... Oh. The bomb is just a weapon. Okay, well, the rock is funny. So, no. Let's replace the rock with the bomb. Alright, what do we got in the shop? Rare candy, definitely. Every time. Every time, rare candy. Oh, okay. We've reached a point now where we don't get new stuff, we just upgrade old stuff. Fire Blast that inflicts burn 3. Deal damage on a larger cone. Reduce the cost of all your spells by 1 mana. Perfect. Not just all of them except for this one. It's all the spells, period. Including itself. So the more often I do it, the more I get to spam it. Give 4 mana to a unit. I think Brainstorm. That's the one that I've been using all the time. Another bomb. Railroad spikes for... Okay. Honestly, we're keeping it. Gosh, this is the first time. This is the first time we're down here. So on one hand, I kind of want to do hard because it's good, but at the same time, it's new. We don't know how difficult it's gonna be. Cake wrinkles their nose at the distinct smell of iron in the air. Dark pools of blood spatter on the ground. We lick it. It tastes almost sweet. Cake lacks the thick surface. You healed 1 health. Battle start. I wouldn't say addicted, but I'm having a good time, and hopefully y'all are too. Let's see here. I want to... We could do a random enemy. I'm hoping... The bird is, like, hidden. That would only increase it by 3. We can't get to the bird. And there's only... I want to say Shadow Step behind here. And let's get a crack and lack it. Let us do this. Perfect. What? Why did it turn around? Does it turn around to... Oh, it must have turned around. Oh. Okay. It must always turn around. Okay. In that case, we're gonna go ahead and sneak up. Ow, what? What's with y'all? Wild disguise ambushes while people walk past it. I just got here. Don't tell me. Oh, it's his turn immediately? Well, he's down to... Oh, cool. The backflip. Thank God. Oh, my gosh. All right. Well, let's charge and heal this guy. What is this one? Fear. Moves far away from the enemy so they can start at the start of the next turn. So we're going to go ahead and heal you up. You're good to go. You're fine. All right. So now what I want is I want to be able to essentially do this without having to worry about people being near me. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Now everything is now... Can I pick that up? Nope. In that case, I'm just going to turn that into a rock. Rice Krispies. Oh, okay. Why did you do it from there, little one? Do it on the side where he's not going to counterattack you. Pretty please. You can move twice I'm gonna go ahead and put this spike trap here. And I'm gonna test a theory. It's just a theory. A game theory. Okay, it did not. Okay, them hitting the spike doesn't trigger the spike as it being on, which, you know, checks out. Throw a bomb that explodes. Alright, well, F you. Here's a small bomb. Hee hee. Ow. Okay, there's the bird. Okay, so there goes the movement. Now here's the thing. I think what I can do is I'm gonna sneak up. Perfect. We're gonna go ahead and do that. Okay. And we can't go to that guy, unfortunately. So I think the bird, we're gonna miss the bird this time. Unfortunate, but it's true. Blocked. F you. There we go. He heals every turn. Not every turn, but every level. Every time we fight. So I think what I want to do is I'm gonna go over here. Hey, I know you're so scary. Here's some. I'm gonna open you up. There you go. And then hold on 1 second. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay. Sorry about that. It was just, you know, we've been going for a hot minute, so I think it was just people just checking out. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna end it here. They're gonna spin. Blocked. Ooh, okay. I really don't want him in that area. There's really nothing here. We're gonna go ahead and do this again. I want to kind of move. Let's do this, and then good. And then now we're gonna give you a little bit more. We're gonna give you a little bit more. We're gonna give you a little bit more, and then you a little more again. And then can I hit you here? I can't. It was worth a shot. Turn that into a rock. He's getting so lucky. Are you, oh, okay. He's just. Oh, is he gonna? He's gonna buff me. He's gonna buff me. Okay, good. All right. So move. Unfortunate. I was gonna say the bonus aim. It's like yes, I know we weren't able to do it. Additional action for additional basic attack, vice versa. Movement action for additional basic. So I can basically take back my ability to fire with being able to move forward and then be able to get a chance. I'm gonna actually do that. Move. And then take a shot. Yeah! We got it. We got it. Good job. Ow. Shadow step. Oh, let's do piercing. Oh, not piercing shot. Oh, sneak up? Why can't I do sneak up? Why not? Is it because there's only one guy left? That's unfortunate. So let's do this. Let's do shadow step here. Boom. And then piercing shot. What? Oh my gosh. Is it one of these things somewhere in here? There's another one. Oh, there he is. Hey. Gosh. Okay, so there's the fear. Well, I'm just going to do that, and I can't really interact with anyone else, so there we go. F that in particular. And then I'm going to shoot it again in the face. And there we go. Okay, what else? What else? Oh, okay. Now we get to level up. Exchange your movement for an additional vice versa. The spell costs 0 mana the first time it's cast each turn. Interesting. So this just costs 0. This does 13 damage. This goes from 70 to 50. Adjacent units move away from you, inflict fear on them. Honestly, none of these are super good. Being able to increase our 50 shot, heavy shot where it's a 50-50 is pretty solid. Yeah, we'll just make it so it's a 50-50 for the heavy. All right. Looks like loot's our only option. Juji found the deceased cat. Its body sprawled out of Victorious from the pain and experience in its final moments of life. We looted. Reaches beneath the cat and found something. You found 4 coins and a disco biscuit. Whatever the frickety frack that means. Gain 5. Whatever you call it. Charisma. A battle and gain 6 mana. Okay. I mean, that's good if I have stuff that scale off of charisma. What do we got here? We got Witch's Nose. Witch knows Witch's Nose. +1 magic damage. I mean, yeah. Alright. Okay. I wonder if, like, the different symbols means that it's, like, different, like, that, those are the set bonuses. Because there's this one that's like a, well, I mean, that's also a circle. I'm also, magic damage. Honestly. Okay, so this is the only one that does magic damage. The rest are just normal damage. Well, Sherry also does a little bit of it. I don't know. I don't think I'm willing to give up my glasses, though. Lunchbox, heal for 5 HP. Whenever you collect a food pickup, instead of a normal effect, add +1 use to this item. Oh! Okay. Go for it. He has a little lunchbox with him. Alright. First boss that we face off with this one. 1 baby spider. Uh-huh. Sure, bud. Whatever you say. What? Oh. There she is. We're gonna go ahead and do a little sneak up. Oh, of course it did. I was really hoping it wasn't the case. Ha ha ha! You missed me. Oh no, he didn't. He dodged one, but still got hit with it. Okay, and now we're just gonna go ahead and. Boop. I should probably read it. Okay, does a bite attack, has a chance to spawn Sutherlands when damaged, enraged from when hit from behind. Oh. Can spawn spider cats. Oopsies. So don't hit it from behind. And what did I do? Your boy hit it from behind. Unless enrage is good. It does 10 damage, so something says no. I'm gonna put this here, actually, just in case it's like, I'm gonna kill you! You know? So we're gonna go ahead and just do this. We're gonna move a little bit over yonder, and then we're gonna slowly decrease all the stuff. We're just gonna hide behind here. Yep. Okay, so yeah, we made this very problematic by hitting it from behind. Oops. Oopsies. Haha. Teehee. Gonna go ahead and break free. Oh, I'm gonna... maybe... You know what? I don't know if it's good or bad. We're gonna sneak out. Okay, and then we're gonna try this again. Of course, I lose at two in a row. I guess we'll stalk. And... intern. Oopsies. What we're gonna do... That's gonna be a problem. We're gonna go ahead and increase our grip a little bit. This is a wild music. This is wild music. Alright, heal you up. Double heal you up. Okay, well, I mean, there goes Mini Cake! No! Okay, he's no longer enraged. So, let's not do that again. So we're gonna go ahead and get that. Get a second attack. Return. Okay. Well, hold on. I think there's a space between us currently that I'm gonna go ahead and insight. Okay, so that didn't break it through, but we're gonna want to. We're actually gonna go ahead and increase you, increase you, increase you, and increase you again. I probably should have just moved. She ran over her own kids. Oh, he just immediately gets thing. So yeah, we need to not do that. Let's do like to the side. Or actually, let's have it like over here. Let's do it like here. And then boom. Okay, so that's something. Let's not flip the bloody coin again, because last time we did that, we failed twice. We failed twice. This one will hurt our own guy, so let's not do that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright. We're gonna break free. We're gonna grip trainer. We could bring him back up. He's up. He's up. Where's our other boy? There's our other boy. I think this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking... Do we have 18? We do not. We're actually gonna weaken them. Need them. Oh! I'm an idiot. I was like, oh, I'll just do a different thing that costs stuff. Honestly, let's go ahead and get rid of that spider. Get another one. Okay, whoops. There we are. And then another one. Ah, of course it's a miss. In turn. Boy. Oh, not mini me. Okay. We want. This is just a wild song. I keep getting distracted by it. Honestly, we're gonna go here. Mother. Why do you auto go into the thing? I wanted you to go this way. I guess I have to like guide a little bit at a time. That's kind of sucks. I should have just gone down this way. It's fine. Can I move? I can't move again because that technically kind of my movement. Well, here we go. 3. This was 4. This cost 4. Boom. Boom. We're gonna have another one of these. We're also gonna give it to you. Can I like do this? I can! It'll put up fires. I did not know that. Ah, there I go. Well, but I really hope that he's gonna live. We will see. Shadow Step. Smacking on my toes. This one we can actually sneak up, so let's do that. Boom. Boom. She's right behind me, isn't she? And then there we go. Yeah, let's flip it. I've lost every flip. Oh boy. All right. We want. Let's go ahead and do that. Go ahead and do. Oh, well, never mind. Did I get? Can I attack her from here? Let's find out. Okay, we can. Excellent. In fact, let's go ahead and just. It's a 50-50 shot now. Let's see it. Minus 40. Damn. Honestly. Let's get this out. Heavy shot again, baby. Heavy shot again, baby. Last one. Let's go. Ah. It equaled out. All right. Okay. So first thing that we need to do, we are going to chop. Wait. Before idealist. No. Heal. Then res. And now you go to sleep. We're gonna go ahead and break free. What we're gonna do, we are gonna fireball them. Boom. Perfect. Then we are going to brainstorm again. Brainstorm again. And now we fireball for 1. We fireball for 1 and we can 15 like crazy. So we can keep doing that if we wanted. We're gonna go ahead and give a little more help to that guy. We're gonna move and get these coins and call that. Well, there goes your kid. Oh! Oh. Well, there goes our rogue. That was honestly crazy. Okay. Okay, we're gonna end that turn. So if she straight up, if you are bound by the time she's moving around, she will just insta kill you. It's just dead. Got it. Good to know. What we're gonna do is that we're gonna burn you alive. We are gonna do this over, and over, and over until I burn this entire cave into the ground. He was my friend! He was my friend! He was my friend! 18 fire damage. Alright. And then boop. Alright, where's this guy? Where's this other... Hey, where's this other guy? Oh, there he is. There you go. Unfortunate near the end there. Oh, complete the caves with the cleric, complete the caves with the hunter, complete the caves with the mage. We got 3 achievements off the rip. Open wounds plus, an attack that deals even more damage with less health the target unit has. Allies gain +2 damage and gain weakness 2. It heal unit and give 3 random stat ups. And revive a body to 100% HP and give it a all stats up. Well, the current one is then you fall asleep. Oh, so born again means I don't go back to sleep. That's really good. Making it so I'm not out of commission when someone dies is really good. That's a lot of food and money. Ethereal, ball of spiders. And Mage is gonna learn Hyper Beam. We can learn Hyper Beam? Gemstone max, +1 shield, +1 that kinetic spikes. With this takes damage, emit sparkles. Oh, interesting. Okay. I would like to go home now. Giant wall of flesh. You gave it? F it. Why not? What do you got, my guy? Tabby tears into the soft flesh of the wall, devouring it. It tastes delicious, but Tabby feels strange twisting sensation in his body. Deforms. Tabby stored 30 food. Hey, what's with our boy Tabby? What happened to our boy Tabby? Tabby got a tail mutation. He has +2 strength and -1 range. Oh, we're now getting mutations now. Rip our boy. He a real one. He is a real one. And I think with that, we have been, streaming for a considerable amount. I think we're going to call it. So thank you all for being here today. It was wonderful having you. This has been a lot of fun. If this is something that you want to see more of in the future, please feel free to let me know. Because I know I'm going to be playing a different save on my personal file, I'll tell you that much. Let's see if there's anyone that is online that we can raid. I don't see any of ours. So I think I'll just let y'all go for now. So, today was not a game dev day, but it was a very enjoyable day. Lots of cats, lots of mutations, more spiders than I anticipated. And overall, this is a really fun game, so I highly recommend it. Feel free to join me on Saturday, which I'm not sure if we'll do Cults of the Lamb or not. Keep an eye on the socials. And yeah. So hope you all have a wonderful week. Have a good night. Have a good day. And I'll see y'all next time. All right. Have a good one. Take care. Bye-bye. See ya.